Okay. Hello. Lukey. Not right now. You gotta wait. You wanna go out by yourself? You can go out by yourself. Yeah, you wanna go out by yourself? You can go by yourself. How you doing? How's it going? I just got back from a date. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the blueprint, all the things. He did good. Right? What do you guys think? Pretty, huh? I think he did a good job, right? I love fresh flowers. So, queen treatment, date 1. He picked me up, was a gentleman, opened my door for everything, bought me flowers. We went out for steak and lobster. You can't knock a date like that, right? And he was good company, okay? Good company. So when you're roster dating, you no longer settle for men. You wait, you have high standards, and you ensure that these men meet your standards, because if they're not going to be able to meet your standards, there's no reason for you to go out on a date with them, right? Get in. Come on. I'm being too loud right now. Ooh. Bruh. Okay. So how's everybody doing tonight? Drop your questions in the chat. Thank you so much. Liz, how are you? Thank you so much. Drop your questions in the chat. How's everybody doing? So we're going to talk about the blueprint. The blueprint is a system to help you attract men who invest in you. Okay? So the way I attracted this man tonight is on the dating apps. Okay? Right pictures, right words are going to attract all types of men. When you start attracting all types of men, your numbers are up. And when your numbers are up, that's a good thing, because dating in a modern dating economy, it's a numbers game. Have you noticed not all men are capable of doing exactly what you want, even showing up to a date? So for example, okay, this man, I went on a date tonight. Okay. Total gentleman, bought me flowers. Been needing some fresh flowers, okay? I haven't been on a date in like a month, not because I don't have options, but because I just haven't wanted to. No man has like enticed me enough to like actually get me out of my house. I'm very picky now. And when you have options, you can be as picky as you want. Why? Because you got options. You get to pick and choose when you have options. But most women feel, keyword, feel like they don't have options, okay? But you actually do. And if you're only talking to one man at a time, dating one man at a time, and if you feel, keyword feel, like you can't attract a man, I can guarantee you have 2 issues that I can solve in my first phase of my system. Your issue is a marketing phase and a visibility phase, okay? Those are the issues, marketing and visibility. Right now, you're not attracting the type of men that you want to attract to because they can't see you. They don't know where you are. So when you're on the internet, okay, it's good to be on the dating apps. I know there's a lot of dating coaches out there, and I'm not a dating coach. I'm a certified health and wellness coach. So I talk about dating because what I'm dating, and also dating deeply affects your health. So I get to talk about it in different dynamics and different lenses. I also talk about dating from a psychology, sociology, and economic perspective. So it's just the foundation, the structures, the meat and bones of life. When you understand the meat and bones of who you are as a woman and how men are, you get better results. You start finding men who actually want to invest in you. An investment looks like all sorts of things, okay? So tonight, investment looked like he picks me up. He was a complete gentleman, bought me flowers, wined and dined me. We went out for steak and lobster, okay? Normally, for me, I don't normally accept dinner dates. But tonight, we actually had a different date scheduled. But the place that we were going to was an art gallery. They closed early. So we ended up doing dinner instead. And it was a very lovely evening. We also have a date already scheduled for Saturday. So it went relatively good. Because normally, right, and again, tentative, because phase 3 of my system, It's about staying detached and observing investment signals over time. This man has already texted me tonight saying, I had a very enjoyable time with you tonight. Okay. When you start getting men that are, one, you're attracted to and are attracted to you, you start vetting for who is going to invest. In phase 2 of my system, so phase 1 helps you attract them. Phase 2 helps you vet for what I call gems. These gems are men who invest, men who make your life easier, and men who do not dysregulate your nervous system, meaning they're not stressing you out, they're not scaring you, they're not doing crazy things that men should not be doing, okay? When you are finding these 3 things, what does that really mean? You're vetting for a provider and a protector. A provider is someone who invests. Not always going to be money, okay? It's not always going to be money. However, he needs money to wine and dine you, right? So this man that I went on a date with, he didn't give me any money yet, okay? Yet. He, however, had money to, 1, buy flowers, have the gas to come pick me up, and then the cash, the money, to pay for dinner. So men already know that they have to invest. Men who don't like you are not going to invest in you. Men who don't like you are going to say, hey, let's go to the gym. Let me take you for a coffee, a drink, an app. They're not even offering you dinner. Have you noticed? Those men are flat out telling you you're not worth investing in. So as I said, not always is it going to take money. However, men need money if they're going to be dating. But men can invest in different ways. So they can invest by making your life easier. How? Cooking, cleaning, moving shit, taking care of your car, doing the stuff that you don't want to do. But if you don't have men to vet for, you're going to get what you get. And that sucks, doesn't it? Sucks. I don't know too much Spanish. However, you can always, that was the babe that I had dinner with tonight. You can always translate it. So I have a babe out in Germany who's been asking as well. It's in English. Okay. I'm assuming maybe that's what you asked. I'm not sure. Sorry, babe. What if he's long distance, the one you want investment from? You got to set it up right. Okay. You have to turn on his masculine switch. Again, you can want investment from this man, a particular man, but if he is unwilling to invest in you, you need to find another man. Because this is not about making men do anything. It's about vetting to figure out, is he a provider and protector? And then does he like you enough to invest? Because men are going to do whatever the fuck that they're going to do. And just because you want a particular man to do something for you, invest. Because men are going to do whatever the fuck that they're going to do. And just because you want a particular man to do something for you doesn't necessarily mean he will. However, if it's long distance and you can tell that he likes you, hopefully he likes you enough to actually invest. But if you're ready for my system to actually turn on his masculine switch to figure out how to even have these conversations, because it's going to take conversations, right? Saying certain things. So I give you the scripts to turn on his masculine switch to vet for men who are providers and protectors, to vet for men who are going to invest, make life easier, keep your nervous system regulated. It's a one-time purchase of $157. However, I have a discount code where you get $30 off tonight. And so choose your adventure. One-time purchase, $127 with the discount code BB30. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system in my community, but you also get group coaching with me. You get one-on-one consulting. Anytime you want guidance, throw your screenshots in the chat, all the things. I also create extra content in the community to help support you on your journey. So last week we focused a lot on staying detached. This week we're focusing a lot on staying in your feminine energy. Because it takes, right? To turn on a man's masculine switch, it's like the lights. It is literally that simple. My Blueprint Babes, we're an international group of women. We're all over the world, all ages, all ethnicities. It is so simple to turn on this switch. Most women are like making up their money in days, doubling it, tripling it. So the investment that you're making into the system, how are they making their money back up? Through these men, okay? The men are giving back to them, whether it's money, wine and dine, flowers, gifts, all the things. All the things. It just takes you figuring out, one, attracting these men. If you're not attracting, you're not pulling, you're going to have a harder time figuring out which ones actually like you and vetting for them. So if you become a blooper babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. How come you're not married? I've been married. Been there, done that, honey. Been there, done that. Okay? Been there, done that. The cool thing is that if you want marriage, you can figure that out with my system. Because most women, phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. It's staying detached and observing a man's investment signals in you over time. Behavior and investment signals over time. So I attracted my ex-boyfriend with this system, okay? My ex-boyfriend, we were together over the last holiday season, August to the end of February. In that 6 months we were together, we did all the holiday things. I never drove. I never paid for anything. We celebrated my 40th birthday in January. He was 31 at the time. In addition to that, he invested $5,000 cash and bills paid in those 6 months. Okay? He's not a rich man, but he was a very generous man. So my system is going to help you attract these men. I wouldn't have found my ex-boyfriend. I wouldn't have attracted my ex-boyfriend if I wasn't on the apps, if I didn't have the right pictures and the right words. When I was with him, I vetted for a provider. I wanted to make sure the man that I was going to be in a relationship with is going to invest in me. Once I exited that relationship, I also created the rest of the system because phase 1 of my system, I've been selling for about a year. Back in the day, when I first started, it was $9.99. Okay. Why is he my ex? I'll get to that because a lot of women and men included, right? They think that relationships are supposed to last forever. The discount code is BB30. I'm going to drop it in the chat. 2 capital B's, 30. If you become a blooper babe, make sure you come back. Let me know because I want to welcome you. Okay. So it is a one-time purchase. With the discount code, it's $127 tonight. Okay. So after I exited that relationship, I knew he was a provider, clearly, right? However, he wasn't a protector. Did he make my life a little bit easier by giving me some money, not me paying anything, not driving? Of course, right? Of course. However, he didn't make my life easier because he dysregulated my nervous system. He stressed me out. He did shit that scared me, okay? I didn't like that. So I realized 6 months in, investment signals over time, staying detached, and I realized I can't marry this man. Why would I ever want to continue a relationship with him, right? But most people are going to think, well, that's a failed relationship. That's this, that's that. Well, guess what? Most relationships aren't going to last the rest forever. Okay. Actually, no relationship lasts forever. Why? Because one of you ends up croaking anyways. Okay. One of you is not going to make it out alive. So when you understand that that's just the nature of life, that things don't work out all the time, I stayed detached and I chose to exit that relationship. Most women make the mistake saying, he's an investor. We have an okay time together. Yeah, he stresses me out. Yeah, he scares me a little bit, but it's not so bad. He'll change. Nope. It's not how it works. Okay? It's not how it works. So my system, I teach you that introductory phase. The first message, first hello to the first date. How to set it up to get queen treatment. And mind you, even with my system, I wouldn't consider my ex-boyfriend, he didn't give me queen treatment date 1. Okay. After that relationship, that's when I started making it a standard. Every man that I've had a date with since my ex-boyfriend wined and dined me, picked me up, bought me flowers. Some of them even gave me money beforehand. Thank you so much. So one of the babes on my roster, I call him my Cash App babe. Why do you think I call him Cash App babe? Well, because when we connected on a dating app, he said he wanted to spoil me. So I said, okay, bet, babe. Well, before he said he wanted to spoil me, he had already said, let's go get some Indian food. And I was already like, fuck yeah, let's go, because I love Indian food. That was an easy yes. And most people don't like Indian food. Okay, I haven't come across a man. Even my ex-boyfriend, we went to the same spot. He couldn't do it. Okay, couldn't tolerate the smell. And I get it, right? To each their own. However, when this guy said, hey, let's go get Indian, I was already in. Then he says, I want to spoil you. Okay, said, bet, babe. How do you want to spoil me? What's your cash app? And by the first date, he set a total, multiple cash apps, $500. Okay, $500 before date 1. He was a complete gentleman, picked me up, opened my door. As I said, flowers are a requirement for me. He bought me an orchid. The blooms are about to fall, so let's enjoy it for the last few blooms, okay? So like I said, flowers, pretty standard for me, okay? Flowers, ex-boyfriend, you see those flowers back there? Those are Lego flowers for my ex-boyfriend. And then I have another orchid for my ex-boyfriend as well. That became a standard, okay? That became a standard. So even though my Cash App babe, we only had one date. He still texts me end of the night saying we had a really great time, X, Y, and Z. But like most people, most things, they don't materialize into anything. They tend to fizzle out. So you're going to have a lot of first dates that I call fireworks. They're going to be really great first dates, and it's probably just not going to materialize into anything. But that's the beauty of dating. Instead of getting attached, you stay detached and you observe. You stay detached and you observe investment signals behavior over time. That's the name of the game when it comes to dating. Because when you are not detached, you're going to get attached to any man who's going to give you time and attention. And guess what? Just because you're getting a man's time and attention doesn't mean he fucking likes you. I'm sorry. He probably doesn't. Especially if he's not investing. If a man's not investing in you, he doesn't like you. He's actually robbing you blind because he's there for your resources. That's why you need him to invest, because he's already taking resources from you. He's taking finite resources from you. Time, attention, validation, physical presence, and then with some men, all the way up to the cookie, okay? When you know that this is what you bring to the table, these are the resources that a man is asking for you. So when this man asked me on a date, okay, he had to make it worth my while. He had to make it worth my while. He's asking me for money. Girl, trash that man, because he's more than robbing you blind. He's making you the husband. He's making you the boyfriend. You got a girlfriend on your hands, honey. Trash that man, become a blueprint babe, and never look back, okay? So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, you can easily replace trash men with 10 more. As soon as one falls out, another one comes in. Let me tell you how easy my system is, okay? You attract these men, write pictures, write words. Phase two, you learn how to turn on their masculine switch and start vetting. What man is going to invest? What man's going to make my life easier? What man is not going to stress me out or scare me, okay? So then, right, having a ring on your finger is not a flex. So much so, right, I had a really nice big rock, custom rock. I married a trust fund baby. I married into wealth. Been there, done that, honey. Been there, done that. But that's why I roster date now, okay? Because not everyone wants marriage, okay? So let me show you that rock since we're talking about it. I come with the receipts, okay? Come with the receipts. So when you're roster dating, again, you're no longer attached. If a man can't follow through, it's just like water beating off your back like a duck, right? It's literally no problem. No problem so much. I'm going to tell you the TikTok that I've already filmed that I'm posting tomorrow, okay? The man tonight, again, flowers, wined and dined me. We went out for steak and lobster, okay? Last Thursday, I had a tentative date with a man who was supposed to take me out for steak. He didn't text me back day of, he texted me the next day. You know how that goes, right? If you've been dating, you know how they just like disappear the date of, and then all of a sudden they appear the next day. He pulled that bullshit on me. So he was out, okay? Tuesday, this past Tuesday, that was Thursday, right? Thank you so much. That was last Thursday, a week ago today, okay? Last Thursday, he didn't show up. I ended up buying my own steak, okay? Tuesday, I had another man because I'm talking to multiple people, dating multiple people. Tuesday, I had a man pick up some groceries from Trader Joe's and some flowers. Last minute, he says, hey, I hate to do this. Can we reschedule for tomorrow? I need to go pick up my brother. His car just died. And I said, I don't have time tomorrow. So no. So that date fell through. A week. Man number 3, he came through with both things. The things that I wanted, steak and flowers. What one man can't do, another man will. But the issue is with most women is you're talking to one man at a time, you're dating one man at a time, and your bar's in hell. They're not even wine and dining you. They're not even like treating you nicely, okay? They're barely even taking you out. They're not investing in you. They're saying, let's go to the gym. Let's go get a coffee. Let's go for a walk. Let's go for a drink. That's not investment. That's a man robbing you of your resources, time, attention, validation, physical presence. And have you noticed they even want it all the way up to the cookie? First date for a fucking walk? Get the fuck out of my face, please. Get the fuck out of my face with that. So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, choose your adventure. You can tap the Service Plus button, or you can tap my icon, my, what is it called? I don't know what the fuck it's called. My little face right there. Okay, tap it, exit the live. The link is at the top of my bio. You can choose your adventure, one-time purchase. It is normally $157. Today, I have a discount code. You get it for $30 off. So it's $127 one-time purchase, or you can join my community. You get the system. However, you get a lot more. You get one-on-one with me. Anytime you need guidance, I'm in the chat with you, guiding you, reading your text messages, giving you scripts. Also, creating extra content to support the blueprint, you on your journey. In addition to that, you also get weekly group coaching and a community of like-minded women. So, one-time purchase, $127. That is with the discount code. Okay, so the discount code, tap the banner and choose your adventure. One-time purchase with this discount code, BB30, $127. Or you can join the community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. Drop your questions in the chat. And if you do become a blueprint babe, let me know so I can welcome you. He said, I don't provide anything and bring no value because he didn't want to pay for my haircut. See, that's a loser man, okay? That's a loser man that doesn't even realize what you as a woman bring to the table. You have more value. The only reason that man is talking to you is because he fucking wants you. Of course you have value. The issue is that he's a shit man trying to tell you otherwise. Trash that man, become a blueprint babe, and never look back. Okay? He's broke at this point. I'm dating other people. Don't even talk to him again. Okay? I don't do the litter box lifestyle. I have a dog. Okay? But I love when loser men come in here. And this is exactly why I tell women to date on the apps. Do you see how these loser men tell on themselves? Literally tell on themselves. Prayer and a good therapist will pay off. Know your worth. That's part of it, right? It's not even, I don't even think talk therapy works. I think if you've never been able to talk to somebody about your story and say that works for a little bit, but not long term. I just don't believe in that anymore. Been there, done that. Okay, been there, done that. So let me show you my ring because, as I said, I've been married before. I did that. I actually married my high school sweetheart. Trust fund baby. I married into wealth. He bought me a really nice big custom rock. I got married at 26 and my divorce was finalized right before my 30th birthday like 10 years ago. Yeah. So that was my big, beautiful rock. Been there, done that, and did it pretty well. Okay. So if you are looking to get married, my system will help you achieve that. The difference is that now you are talking to multiple men and you're dating multiple men. So you're going to vet and allow the best man to win. Instead of talking to one man, dating one man, and then hoping and praying that he changes. Okay? Instead of listening to him yap, saying, yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do that. Right? Future faking you, literally lying to your face, instead of actually stepping up and being a man. Stepping up and being a man. Alrighty, so what questions do we have? Found a hair tie in the car, felt insecure and couldn't continue. Thoughts? All men cheat, okay? All men cheat. They want women's resources, time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. Do all men cheat all the way up to the cookie? No. But do all men cheat stealing resources from women? Yes. Okay. So when you understand that that is the nature of a man, you get to navigate accordingly. You get to play the game according to how it's being played. But if you're already figuring out that this man is probably entertaining another woman, what did he just tell you, Sandra? You better fucking do the same for yourself. So become a blueprint babe, and you get to do it even better than him, honey. Even better than him. Thank you so much. Because the thing about women is we do it better than men. Have you noticed? The only thing that men are really, really good at is they're really strong. We need their testosterone. Okay. It's a casual relationship. He always wants to meet at my place. I say no. Okay. Well, then you know what you're in, right? Okay. What other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. What other questions do we have? Okay. Love this topic. Okay, cool. So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, you can tap the Servants Plus button and choose your adventure. You can either go the solo route, you apply it on your own. It's a one-time purchase. Go at it alone. You're going to get amazing results. I'm going to show you some of the reviews that our blueprint babes are getting, right? Drop your question on again then. All right. I'm not going to scroll back. Sorry, babe. Just drop it again in the chat. So one-time purchase, solo journey, and with the discount today, $127. Normally it's $157. Why? Well, because I'm actually updating the system. So right now, I created the blueprint about 4 months ago. We've expanded very quickly. We're an international group of women. We are all ages, all ethnicities, all around the world. And because now we have a community, these women have been helping me understand what works in the system and where it needs a little bit more refinement. So Blueprint 2.0 is coming up. That's why it's now $157. So the cool thing is that once you invest in the blueprint, it's a one-time purchase. You will always get the update. So if it goes from Blueprint 3.0, 4.0, 20.0, you will always get the update for free. But every time it goes up, you gotta invest in that aspect, right? Okay, so I'm trying to sugar date, and a lot of men ask right away about financial aspect. What should you rep? I don't know. I don't sugar date, so I don't know what that dynamic is like. I just do regular dating. Okay, you can apply my system to sugar dating if you want to because it's a man, but I've never been in that dynamic, so I can't give you that guidance. How do you know he's future faking? He's future faking when his words don't match his actions, okay? I'm going to tell you a story about my ex-boyfriend, about him future faking his ex-girlfriend, the one before me. Are you vetting them before you go out with them? Yes, of course, honey, of course. You're vetting them before you even give them your phone number, okay? Longer the days, you're no longer, when you're on the dating apps, you're not getting to know men. You're vetting men. With my system, I teach you exactly how to do that. I bought the blueprint. Where do I find it? Kelsey, welcome. Give me 2 seconds. It was emailed to you. So the confirmation email that you got has the link in there. Has the link. Oh, that's why it hasn't been emailed to you. You want to retry. It says that it was blocked on this end. So normally when it's blocked, it's something going on with your zip code. You're going to want to retry the purchase. That's the reason why you haven't gotten it. When your purchase goes through, you'll get a confirmation email and the link is in that confirmation email. So try one more time, babe, and then you should be getting it. Okay. He used to bring women when I'm not in his house, and he says I'm his number one. I left. Yeah, because what? All men cheat, right? Maybe not all the way up to the cookie, but they do. Why? Because our energy is just intoxicating. Men, like, our energy is like oxygen to them, okay? So if they're not getting it from you, they're getting it somewhere else. Do they cheat all the way up to the cookie? Clearly, some of them do, but do all of them? No. What's vetting? Vetting means asking specific questions, figuring out if this man qualifies to even date you. Okay? Qualifies to even date you. Can I use your system if I've been with my boyfriend for 12 years without marriage? We've been in a house of kids. Yes. Shell, yes. I actually have not married. She broke up with her boyfriend, found me, purchased the system, they got back together, and they're living together. So yes, the system works. For you specifically, I would invest tonight, at least for the solo journey, unless you want group coaching, one-on-one guidance in your particular situation, which you would benefit because you aren't necessarily single, you're applying it in a relationship, you'd get better guidance in that. If you apply the system on your own, you're still going to get great results. However, part of the reason why Blueprint 2.0 is coming up is for women who are already in relationship. So my Blueprint babes who are introductory phase, getting into relationship, women who are already in relationship or back with ex-boyfriends. So you're going to still have the important information already in the Blueprint. Phase 1, it may be a little bit tricky to understand how to apply it, but as soon as I finish phase 2, you're going to get that for free and you're going to have clearly how to do it. In your case, you may actually just want to join my community so you get more of that one-on-one guidance. So one-time purchase tonight with the discount, it's $127. Or you can get my system, weekly group coaching, community of women, one-on-one consulting. I read your texts. I do profile audits. I do all the things. Whatever you want, whatever questions, whatever you need, I'm there to support you. You also have other women there supporting you in addition to that extra content to support you. Vetting. Vetting is asking specific questions to figure out if a man qualifies to even be dating you. Okay? Because most men don't qualify. Am I allowed? And I allowed him to skip the marriage because I thought at the time it wasn't important. Girl, honestly, it really isn't. Okay? You can, but most people want marriage. Why? Because they want the rock and the party. Just go buy a rock and have a party. Okay? I'm single though. Cool. Me too, right? Single and dating, right? But that's fine. Okay? My system works regardless of who you are. Single, dating, married, in a relationship. It worked this time. Yay! Welcome, Blueprint Babe. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we have a new Blueprint Babe. She's going the solo route. Who else is ready to join us? Okay, so tonight, the discount code to get this one-time system for $127, it will be going up to $157. As soon as I finalize Blueprint 2.0, my current Blueprint babes are going to get the updated for free. Okay. Once you become a Blueprint babe, any update I make of it, because it's a living, breathing document, it will always be updated and refined as necessary. It's only been out for like 3 or 4 months. Okay. So for me to already refining it, for us to have grown exponentially, women are getting a lot of amazing results. So on that topic, let me show you. I recently updated my website because I had only had 4 reviews at the time and then just started collecting them. And finally, we got quite a significant amount of reviews. So this one's one of my favorite. Jen, in 10 days, she bought the Blueprint. She ends up DMing me and she says, first try and first success, the Blueprint already paid for itself. And how did it pay for itself? She had a babe send her money to go get her hair done. She has very long, very thick hair. Expensive, okay? It already paid for itself. Meg applied the system on her own, and then she later on joined the community. She says, it's paid for itself 2 times over in 4 days for me. Second date, he bought me flowers again and a Starbucks drink, literally all because of you. You changed my life. Jill is also in my community. Jill joined on a Tuesday, and Tuesday are group coaching days. So she found me in a live. She joined the community. She got group coaching that night, and by Thursday, so not even a full 2 days, It's going good. It's so working. I got my nails paid for today. Haven't even met the guy. Never, not even for my ex-husband of 17 years. The system works. Okay. Here's some more. So instead of just investment, this is what it does for you in particular. Her system prevents a long and wasteful talking stage. It's worth it to end the anxiety of dating. You changed my life. This babe, Seraphine, she's using it on her ex-boyfriend who she doesn't even want anymore. This babe right here, Alexis, thank you so much. She uses scripts, turned on their masculine switch, and what did they want to start doing? Removing furniture, cleaning. Immediately wanted to help her, okay? So we have all sorts of babe. This babe here says, facts, I'm a blueprint babe. I raised my standards. Melissa redid her bio and her mattress got so much better literally overnight, okay? Meg also says too, the first time I read the plan, honestly, I thought, is this it? But the genius is in the simplicity, okay? So we have all types of babes all over the world getting amazing results with the blueprint. So who else is going to join Kelsey tonight? I believe it was Kelsey, right? Let me double check. Kelsey, yes. Who else is going to join? Choose your adventure, okay? Choose your adventure. I'm going to drop the code in the chat. So if you do the solo adventure, you're getting $30 off tonight, okay? Normally it's $157. Tonight it's $127 if you do the solo journey. Or if you want group coaching, one-on-one consulting, all the things, right? Just extra support, guidance, you can get the system plus community, me. It's called The Lab. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. And it's very, very well worth it. Even just like us hanging out on our group coaching calls, those are my favorite days. I don't have like curriculum or like to-dos or anything like that. I'm literally just on the call listening to you. I want to hear about your week. I want to answer any questions that you need support applying the system or what is going on in your reality. Okay. And here's the thing too. If you decide I want the discount code today. I want to save $30. I'm going to do it solo. Let's say you decide you want to join the community later. I'm going to email you or you can DM me, right? I'll send you another code so you can get the first month free. So regardless, I'm treating you. I like to treat my blueprint babes because you deserve it. Because that's what we're accustomed to. We get queen treatment. We get treated. Okay. Don't you like to be treated? I fucking love to be treated. Do you find these men on dating sites? Yes. Dating sites, social media, out in the wild. My system works on men. Because guess what? The men out in the wild are the men on the social media and the dating apps. And I know there's a lot of dating coaches out there. I'm not a dating coach, by the way. I'm a certified health and wellness coach. But there's a lot of dating coaches out there that say, don't use dating apps. You're putting yourself on discount. There's only trash out there. Yap. Okay? Here's the thing. That's all fucking bullshit. It's bullshit, right? Because why? Most of these people who are telling you don't be on the dating apps are doing you a disservice. Aren't you on the internet? Aren't they on the internet? Guess what? Dating apps are the internet. Okay? The issue is, though, that most women don't know how to market themselves and they don't know how to vet because you're going to attract all types of men. Have you noticed you attract trash out in the wild too, that you don't want anything to do with these men? Same, baby. Same. But the dating coaches decide to demonize the dating apps. Why? Because they don't know how to fucking use them. So they would rather just say, don't use them instead of learning and being a real fucking dating coach. Because if you're a real fucking dating coach, we live in 2026. Why are you telling people to stay off the apps? It's a disservice. Literally screwing you over. Because what are you doing? Literally, what are you doing? Okay, I find mine in the wild. Yeah, I find them in the wild too, okay? Because once you understand how to attract men, the easiest way, I tell you to go on the dating apps because what? Dating is a numbers game. Why is it a numbers game? I'm going to tell you exactly what happened to me in 1 week. Starting last Thursday. I had 3 babes I'm going to tell you about, okay? Because I'm talking to multiple people, dating multiple people. Why? Because that's how I'm teaching you. And this is exactly why you want to be talking to multiple people and dating multiple people at a time. Most women are talking to one man at a time. So if they were talking to one man at a time, this is what would have happened to them last week. I had a tentative date with this man, okay? We're going to go out for steak. And like most tentative dates, he didn't follow through. In fact, the day of the date, he just totally disappeared and he didn't text me until the following day saying hi, okay? Because that's what men are going to do. But if I was only talking to this man, dating this man, right, I would have put in all my eggs in one basket and then I would have felt a certain fucking way, gotten in my feelings for no fucking reason. Now that I'm talking to multiple people at a time, dating multiple people, when that didn't happen, it didn't fucking bother me. I'm like, okay, whatever, right? Because guess what? Men are going to do what they're going to fucking do. It doesn't matter. So that one, he fell off. Tuesday, I had another babe. He had bought me some groceries from Trader Joe's and flowers. Well, when he was heading this way, he said, hey, I hate to do this, but can we reschedule for tomorrow? My brother's car just broke down. I need to go pick him up. And I said no, because I didn't have time the next day. So he was either going to see me that day or not. And because I said no, that didn't happen. Okay. So Thursday in a week, okay, earlier today, this man picks me up, wines and dines me, buys me flowers. We go out for steak and lobster. So last Thursday, I was supposed to have steak with a man. He fell through. I ended up buying my own steak. Tuesday, supposed to get flowers from a man. That fell through. We'll see what happens going forward with that guy. And now I have another babe, beautiful flowers, had a really nice steak dinner, and we have a date scheduled already for Saturday. Tentative, but probably will happen, okay? You see the beauty of roster dating? If you were only talking to one man at a time and those 2 dates fell through, how would you have felt? Fucking not so great, right? But what does it matter? What does it matter, especially when you're just meeting these people? Instead of getting emotionally attached, that's why phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. Staying detached and observing investment signals behavior over time. Okay? And that is exactly why you want to be talking to multiple people at a time, dating multiple people at a time. Because let's say for last week, steak babe that ended up falling through, you probably would have given him another chance instead of seeing him for not so great, right? Tuesday babe, you probably would have been in your feelings too. And then if that happened back to back, you probably wouldn't have been well enough or felt good enough to even have a date tonight. But when you stay detached and you're talking to multiple people, vetting multiple people, whatever happens, happens. You're no longer attached to the outcome. And that's the beauty of vetting men before you attach to them. And that's what I consider in the blueprint universe, the blueprint babe universe, that is roster dating. Okay? Which dating sites are better? Whatever is best in your market. Start with the old school. Tinder, Hinge. Start with those 2 at least. My boyfriend voluntarily paid part of my tuition today. Thank you. You're so welcome. That's amazing. Have you been in here today using this, like what I've been saying, or he just volunteered to do it? Because regardless, that's amazing. Okay. He promised to provide in the future. Should I keep seeing him and see what happens or dismiss him? That's future faking. He promised in the future. What are you going to do, babe? I would stay detached and observe his investment signals over time. But what would I also do? I would start seeing other people. Okay. You don't have a plan to settle down. Why should I have a plan to settle down if there's no man worth settling down with? I'm already settled down. I'm settled down in my life. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to settle down with a man. Okay. And just because I don't foresee that right now doesn't mean that that may not happen in the future. And just because I'm living life this way doesn't necessarily mean the rest of my blueprint babes are living that life that way. We're all in different seasons of our life. We've all experienced different types of things. And personally, I've built a lifestyle where I'm not tied down. That's been my lifestyle. Okay. Have I been in committed relationships? Yes. Have I been married? Yes. That's never happened to me. Damn, they always propose after a few months. What does that mean? Good point. Not for everybody to settle down, and everybody's timeline is different. Yep. And here's the thing. I've already settled down. I was married early. In my 20s, I felt like I was 30 and 40. I had a successful, established career, and I was married. And that shit fell apart by the time I got into my 30s. And since then, had a few relationships since then, but I've spent it single, just dating. Why? Because I wanted to experience life. So I got out onto the apps. I think I was 32, 33 years old. So I've been on them for like 7, 8 years now. I've had one relationship. Like I said, I attracted my ex-boyfriend with my system. We were together for 6 months. 6 months ago. Okay. It ended in February. So, is that 6 months? Whatever, right? I'm not doing the math. Relationships are a lifestyle. Okay. Some people want relationship. Other people don't. I'm not saying that I don't want relationship, but I'm a very particular type of person in relationship. And when it comes to relationship, thank you so much. I love flowers. It's a lifestyle match. It's a compatibility thing. So even though my ex-boyfriend, he was great at investing, he didn't make my life easy. He dysregulated my nervous system. He stressed me the fuck out. He drove crazy sometimes. He made me feel unsafe at times. So when you're starting to feel this way, even in small amounts with a man, it's not going to get better. These are the signs that are just going to build up over time. It's not a flex to say you're in a relationship for X amount of years, because most relationships are dysfunctional as fuck. Have you noticed? Okay. So instead of staying in dysfunction, I decided to get out, because as a certified health and wellness coach, I teach and talk about dating because it deeply affects your health as a woman. Do I live in New York? No, I used to live in Miami Beach. I live in Tampa Bay now. But we have a lot of Blueprint Babes out in New York. Okay. We have a lot of Blueprint Babes out in New York. Okay. Yes, my boomer mother said she'd stay with a man if he cheated once. I said, not here. You live in New York? Nice. Yeah, we have a lot of Blueprint Babes out. Not a lot, but we have a handful of Blueprint Babes out in the world. And here's the thing. Boomer women, right? They're in a different time frame, right? I just realized and just learned that the year that I was born in 1986. I think it wasn't until 1987 that women were allowed to have credit cards. So they are in a mindset that they're attached to a man. They would rather stay in the comfort, in the cage of being married to a man, even if he cheated. Why? He's a financial resource. That's why men have always been providers. They had to. They literally had to, because we could not as a woman. But now that it's modern times, we have the ability to make our own money. But because we have the ability to make our own money, how do men fit into our lives now? That's where men and women are very much struggling out in the market. They don't know how they actually function and work together, since we're in a modern society now. So the man I was on a date with tonight, we were kind of talking about the dating market, the dating world. And as I suspected, why do you think a lot of women, they'll come in here and say, men don't approach me out in the wild, men don't come up to me. And then they start feeling like it's a them thing, when it literally is what's going out with women and men in society. It's a societal thing. He said flat out, women just bite his head off, even if he's just being cordial and saying hi. We have created, thank you so much, I love flowers. We've created this hard exterior that men have to literally try to bulldoze down. But also I had said to him too, thank you so much. I had said to him too, you're a stranger, you're a strange man, and women are going to naturally want to protect themselves. So yeah, you're going to have to warm up to us. But also the whole feminist thing and all this stuff, right? There's a lot of man haters out there, and they would rather bash a man instead of allow him to approach with caution. But most women lack discernment. That's why they get aggressive instead. Okay, 70s. I believe it. Yep. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much. So if you're ready to become a Blueprint Babe, Choose your adventure. You can go the solo route. I do have a discount code. So tonight with the discount code, it is $127 one-time purchase. Or you can get the system plus group coaching, one-on-one guidance with me, extra content to support you. It's a 6-month commitment in the community called the Lab. 6-month commitment, $57 a month. Very, very well worth it. This week, we are discussing how to stay in your feminine energy so men stay in their masculine. When they're in their masculine energy, their switch is turned on. Like the lights, they're working, they're doing, because masculine energy is in do mode, feminine energy is in be mode. But as we were just discussing, we're modern women now, and because we have the ability to do, modern women are very, very much stuck in their masculine because they're in do mode. Hi, Veronica. How are you? Thank you so much. So a lot of women are stuck in their masculine. And if you're stuck in your masculine and you're dating a man, guess what? Only one of you can be in your masculine. Thank you so much. And most women don't realize that they're in their masculine. So then guess what? You are literally turning his switch off, and now you get to play boyfriend. He's just sitting back and just chilling because you insist in doing it all. Because you don't know how to chill back, sit back and receive. That's where a lot of women, modern day women, are getting stuck. And I teach you in my system, right, how to get unstuck. Why? Because you're turning on the masculine switch. When you turn on their switch, you get to sit back and receive. You can't make us invest if we don't want to. No shit, Sherlock. No shit, Sherlock. Hello? We can't make anybody do anything, right? Thank you so much, Veronica. I love flowers. But I love how men think that they're being geniuses, telling us what is a given, okay? What is a given? So because, what's his name? Sticky stated the obvious, right? Stated the obvious. So the men who don't invest in you don't like you. So why would you give them your resources for free? You don't give them your resources, which means you also don't give them access to you. You're welcome. Thank you. I get a little sassy over here. You know, the men are just easy. They're easy. And this is exactly why I literally tell you to be on the dating apps, because you see how they tell on themselves. You see how I didn't even know he was in here. Okay. Then it's buying. No, it's not buying, silly boy. Did you hear that? Silly boy, because you're not a man. If you don't know what we're talking about here, you clearly are not a man. Because real men, real masculine men, this is a given. This is a given. Most men come in here and are dum-dums like you. And then there's other men that are like, well, no shit, duh, what are you even talking about this for? Obviously, okay? But dum-dums like you, you're welcome in the chat, because hopefully you learn something. And if not, you just end up blocked anyways because you start blowing up my chat acting like a dumbass. But that's fine, okay? That's fine. I don't care. Okay. Had to end a situationship due to that. Yep. So then move on to men who want to. Yep, exactly. We don't entertain men for free. Nope, absolutely not. Women love getting saucy. Sometimes. He's a man. He's just a low-tier man. Boys, real boys, tend to be respectful, especially before puberty. Sometimes. I don't even think like it's like a respectful thing. It's just like he doesn't know. It's a lack of knowledge. Okay? And when it's not even just a lack of knowledge, most men know this. Most men know because he knew. He's like, you can't make us invest if we don't want to. So he knows investment is required. It's just most men don't want to invest. Most men don't want women knowing that that is a requirement. Why? Because then it's fucking easier for them. It's easier for them. Most men want to be in conserve energy mode, which means their masculine switch is turned off. When their masculine switch is turned off, they're not in work mode. They're not in do mode. They're in sit back and princess, I'm going to receive mode. So if they're in princess, I'm going to receive mode, what does that mean? He literally is putting you in boyfriend mode. So you get to pick and choose. Do you want to be with a man that is a princess, or do you want to be with a man who is a man? Because if he's a princess, you're the man. And that's what's happening in modern society, because modern women are very stuck in their masculine energy. Okay? A lot of women are stuck in their masculine energy. Why? Because you're stuck in do mode, because we have a lot of shit to do. And because we have a lot of shit to do, go Gators! Okay, so because we have a lot of shit to do, we got to get it done, right? And if we got to get it done, and if a man isn't helping us do it, he gets out of the way. But if you don't know how to even start vetting for men, attracting provider men, protector men, you're going to get stuck with fucking losers. Stuck with fucking losers. Okay, we men prefer his piece and not Hispanic, right? Here's the thing. You know what? You're a fucking liar. Do you know why that is the biggest lie on earth? Men want peace. If men wanted peace, you would know how to create it for yourself, but you don't. That's why you're expecting me to be your peace. I'm Hispanic, okay? I will always be Hispanic, okay? I can't fix that. Cannot fix that, okay? Side note, I'm still sad that they tore down Cantina. I don't know what that is. I haven't been in Gainesville since, when did I move? 2013, maybe? I don't remember what the Cantina is. Okay. Vasopressin is released with stress. Yep, nothing to fix. Women want is to provide and don't respect us. What you think he's going to happen? Well, here's the thing. It's a give and take, okay? If you're dealing with a woman who's not respecting you, then that's your problem, okay? That's your problem to fix, because you picked her the same way she picked you. No one's perfect at the end of the day. We're all flawed human beings. What I'm teaching women is to find the gems that are men, because most of you men are not at the level. You guys are not at the level. And instead of arguing for your limitations, you should be going and focusing on getting at the level. Because once you're at the level, you're not bitching and complaining. You're being like, well, of course I want to provide for you. Of course I want to do this shit for you. Okay? Because literally, when you are in your masculine energy, you're going to not just feel good, it's in alignment with your health. Same thing with women. Okay, so how do we find the gems? So, with my system, okay? My system teaches you how to do that. First and foremost, you need to be able to attract men. You're going to attract all types of men. I'm going to teach you one on the dating apps. Getting on the dating apps, being on social media, and out in the wild. First and foremost, it's your marketing. The right pictures, the right words are going to start attracting men, especially on the dating apps. But because, look at you, you're gorgeous, you're going to be attracting all types of men. Okay? But because you're going to be attracting all types of men, that's the point. You want your numbers up because they're gems. That means they're hard to come by. You're not going to find them often. But once you learn how to turn on their masculine switch and start vetting with the script, start figuring out who's going to invest in me, who's going to make my life easier, who's going to keep my nervous system regulated. I teach you that in phase 2 of my system. Thank you so much. Phase 2 of my system, you vet for these men. I also have safety protocols. I also give you screenshots of what to say, what to do when they get spicy with you, because have you noticed how spicy men get on the dating apps pretty quickly? In addition to that, right, phase 3, I teach you, thank you so much. Phase 3, I teach you is the most important phase, okay? The name of the game of life in general, thank you so much, is detachment. Detachment. Observing investment signals behavior over time. Because here's detachment. Detachment is you're able to see the big picture, the full picture. Attachment is you're just observing this one little spot of this person. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, he's so great, he's so great, he's so great. Look at how great he is. And then when you actually step back, you're like, oh, fuck, he's actually 50% babe. I've been obsessed and so focused on how amazing this one quality, this one trait is at 50% babe. But the full picture is like, yeah, he's a roommate. Why the fuck would I ever marry my roommate? Why the fuck would I ever take myself off the market for 50% babe? You can have 50% babe on your roster if you like him that much. But once other men come in and are doing better than him, you're not going to like him so much. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. But most women marry 50% babe. Why? Because they think that they don't have options, or most importantly, they end up marrying him because they're attached. They're attached and they just can't let go of a fucking loser. So they marry him instead. Ick. Ick. I ghost someone that gets spicy. Pink, that sucks for you because you're doing yourself a disservice ghosting them when they get spicy. Some of them, if they get disgustingly spicy, of course. But the thing about men is that they're hardwired here to procreate. They're all going to get spicy. So when you understand that that's how men are and you learn how to leverage it, you're going to get better results. Because what's going to happen? You're going to ghost every man on this planet because all of them are going to want to get spicy. You don't have to deal with it again, right? You don't have to deal with it. But I teach you how to leverage it. Okay? I teach you how to leverage it and use it to your advantage. Because you can. Because you can. All right, so if you're ready to become a blueprint babe like Kelsey did earlier today, she went the solo journey. One-time purchase today with the discount code, it's $127, or you can get my system inside my community. You get weekly group coaching. You get my guidance anytime you need it. Pretty much think about being able to text me anytime you want. That's how my community works, okay? So you also get to see how I am guiding other women in their particular situation. You also get extra content to support you on your journey. So this week, I am creating content about staying in your feminine energy, because when you stay in your feminine energy, that means they stay in their masculine. So the discount code is BB30 for the one-time purchase. Normally it's $157. Today you get it for $127. Would I marry again? Potentially. I don't feel like I need it though. And that's, even when I got married, I eloped. I didn't even have a wedding. I did a courthouse little elopement, 2 people. I had a really nice custom rock, I did that well. I didn't even wear white. I think I wore like this, like a maroony kind of color. Not even maroon. It was like a purpley. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, so I didn't even do that because at the time I was a professional makeup artist and I was in the wedding industry. I used to do bridal makeup. So I've had a taste of that without necessarily having to experience it myself. Will I eventually? It's potential. I'm not closing it off. But I'm roster dating for a reason, because if I'm going to take myself off the market, especially into marriage, I want him to be the best of the best. And I'm not going to settle for anything else because I don't have to. I can just literally continue to date until I croak, because everybody's in seasons in their life. Old people will date forever. In fact, funny enough, I live in Florida, and there's in North Central Florida, there's a retirement city. It's called the Villages. Just all old people there. I think they have like either the first or the second highest STI rates. They got a lot of time on their hands, okay? People are going to always want connection. It doesn't matter how old you are. And here's the thing too, like even if you get married, one of you is not making it out alive. That's part of the reason why those people are so freaky. Okay? How not to get attached when I really like someone, get so attached, elevated. Yeah, that's why phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. Staying detached and observing investment signals over time. That alone, that is a lot of the content that I create in my community, because that's what women struggle with the most. Okay, a past version of myself included. Even with my ex-boyfriend, I went in detached. I flat out told him, I'm like, I am choosing you consciously as the flawed human being that you are. I loved him. Like, we spent 6 months together. It wasn't rainbows and sunshine. It was actually pretty stressful, probably for both of us. regardless, we still loved each other. I don't think we were in love with each other, but I was detached enough to realize that it's not smart or wise for me to stay any longer. So I got out. Should women stay detached? All women. Everybody should stay detached. Detachment is the name of the game of life. Detachment is the name of the game of life. Everyone has laws, even you. What does that mean? Everyone has laws, even you, I guess. I don't know what that means. I guess the only people that have laws are like government. Government have laws. Do people have like rules and standards? Yeah, I guess, but not laws. All right, so what other questions do we have? Who else is joining tonight? If you do become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure. Oh, floss. Yeah. If you do become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. Today, for the solo journey, I do have a $30 discount code. It is BB30. So you get it for $127. As soon as I finalize Blueprint 2.0, it is going to be solid $157. So enjoy the code while it lasts. I don't know how long it's going to last. Why? Because tonight, if I feel like completing the blueprint, it's gone tomorrow. I don't know when it's how long, all that kind of stuff. So enjoy it while it lasts. And if you want guidance and the system, I would love to see you in my community. It's so fun, especially when we have group coaching. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are my most favorite days with you all. Okay, that seems unfortunate, but I'm sure it works for getting what you want. What's unfortunate? What do you typically wear on a first date? Do you like casual coffee dates? No. Typically wear depends on what we're doing. Okay. Casual, like today was casual for me. Okay. Casual. I don't necessarily call it casual. I call it low key. So tonight was a low key date for me. We were originally going to go to this art exhibit, glass blowing art exhibit, but they were closed early. So we ended up going out to dinner. And then we ended up going and walking my dog. Okay. That was very low key for me. I normally don't do dinners for first dates. So that is casual. That is low key. Coffee, walks, drinks, apps, gym. Absolutely not. That's zero investment. The only thing I would consider is if a man took me to the gym and was like, hey, let me pay for your yearly membership. Then I'd go. But I wouldn't just go to the gym just to go to the gym. No. Coffee dates are out. That's zero investment. Men have to bare bones put some money date one. Okay. So day one, I get queen treatment day one. He picks me up, right? Tonight I had a date. He picked me up, opened my door because I only date gentlemen, picked me up, opened my door, bought me flowers. We went out for steak and lobster. Okay. Very nice, simple date. Okay. Very nice, simple date. Okay. Staying detached in a relationship, but it's very practical. Yeah, it is. Okay, so who else is going to become a Blueprint Babe tonight? Drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. What other questions do we have? Thanks so much for hanging out. Okay, who else is joining us? Who else is going to join us tonight? Drop your questions in the chat. Thank you so much for the follow. If you are new here, please follow. Our community is expanding. This week, I actually just expanded onto other platforms as well. So if you are new here, if you see me on other platforms, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook, I'm posting my older content that when I first started doing this whole roster dating. So you'll get to see where this started about 4 months ago. It's been a very, very fun ride. When I put out the blueprint, I knew it was going to work. I was already selling phase one. The marketing phase I had been selling for about a year because that's what attracted my ex-boyfriend. And I've been on TikTok for the last year. I started talking about like I'm neurodivergent. So I started talking about that. And then all of a sudden I started talking about dating. And then I started getting a lot of followers. People were interested. I started doing a lot of red flag content on dating apps in that aspect. And now here we are, roster dating. And now here we are. What dates do you get to know a person other than dinner? You can do all sorts of different types of dates. Like for me, dinner is just really boring. And it's so funny. Like this man that I went out with tonight, his first offer was dinner. And I literally told him how boring. Okay. Because that's what I tell men. I literally say how fucking boring. When you offer me dinner, I'm like, bro, yawn fest. Then he offered to go indoor rock climbing, and I don't do that. Okay, so I was like, yeah, no. And then he offered to take me to that art gallery. I think it's like glass blowing gallery. I don't know, whatever, art. And that intrigues me because I like that kind of shit. So we had planned to do that tonight, but they close at 4, and he wasn't going to pick me up until 6. So that didn't happen. And because he was like, you know, the date was going to be cool, I didn't want to have to reschedule it. So I just said, okay, well, I want to stay close to home. I want to do something low key. Let's just go get some steak right here. And that's what we did. So, Rob, you're actually saying hello and you're not starting shit right off the bat. Someone's in a good mood. Okay, so you can do all sorts of things. So my date, I don't go on dates too often because most men offer boring shit, and it takes a lot for me to just say yes to a date. I've had a very fulfilling dating life, right? Especially because I did a lot of my dating in Miami Beach, so I was wined and dined and had experiences that I won't get here in Tampa Bay, which I'm fine with. I chose to come back here. So because of that as well, I'm very, very picky on who I accept dates with. So about a month ago, maybe a month and a couple weeks, maybe, I don't even know. Probably a month though. I went on a date. He bought me flowers as well, picked me up, opened my door, gentlemen. We ended up going bowling. So we went bowling. We gardened, and then we went out to this like bar out in Tampa. They do offer boring shit. Yeah, because a lot of men are just fucking boring. They're just so boring. Okay. I saw this one TikTok that said like a regular night between a woman and her girlfriends or her gay friends is like a special night for a man. But that's just because they're men, they're straight men. They just don't do that kind of shit. Okay. But you get to pick and choose as well, right? He offered dinner originally, right? And I told him it was boring. But funny enough, when the art exhibit was closed, I was the one that brought up dinner. And I had even said too, it was like, I know, boring. And he brought it up. He's like, that made me chuckle that you're suggesting dinner. Because I gave him shit for it. I was like, how boring. Because it was. Oh, you want to hear another joke too? Not joke, but there was this other guy. He looked familiar, so I figured we had matched. I've matched with so many men. I can't keep up with the conversations, right? Well, apparently I put this man in his feelings because he remembered me, okay? He was saying some shit, I've been wanting to take out a cougar for a while. I was like, okay, well, I was like, babe, where do you want to take me? And then he starts like fucking going off on me. He was like, get the fuck out of here. You told me all you said last time I was boring, blah, 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 right? Whatever the fuck he says. And you know what I responded to him? I was like, look at you being boring again. He immediately unmatched me. These men are so fucking boring. They're so easy to trigger too. It's so funny. So funny. Apparently he remembered that I called him boring. I mean, I remembered his face, but I didn't remember the conversation. Do you know how many men I call boring? I can't keep up with that shit. Please, you're not special enough. Clearly, you're boring. Come on. Come on. Come on. Please, please. Alrighty. Samantha, you know that's kind of rude. Rob, takes one to know one, okay? Who are you talking to? Look at you, offering me coffee. That's fucking rude, Rob. And you know it's rude because you've been around here. Don't start with me. Don't piss me off, Rob. One man invited me for a walk date. Yeah. So he's telling you he doesn't like you. He's either telling you, I don't have money or I don't want to spend it on you. Regardless, not worth it, right? Not worth it. Do you have one-to-one appointment if wanting consultation? The one-to-one is offered in my community. So it would be part of what you get in the membership. So it's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. Anytime you have a question, you literally just drop it in the chat and I go in there and I give you that one-on-one, okay? But it is in a chat within our community. Why? Because it's valuable information. The questions, the guidance that you need is going to support other women that are currently in the community and women that are coming in. Just be real. That's good. Part of it, right? But you're not going to get results by, like, yes, being real, of course, but that's not how you get what you want. Only $2 a day. What are you talking about? No solicitation in here, Robert. I already got another Rob. I don't need another, okay? So one of you's got to go. Which one? Which one is it? You guys discuss amongst yourselves. Too many Robs in here. Okay? All right, what questions do we really have? Who's ready to become a Blueprint Babe? I know we had Kelsey join us earlier. I don't know if she's still in here. Not me, I'm a reg. Girl, you better argue. You better argue with each other because one of you's got to go. So choose your own adventure. It's a one-time purchase. Normally it's $157, but tonight you get $30 off, or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So if you want $30 off tonight, solo journey, the discount code is BB30. BB30. Okay, I went exclusive, but I'm regretting it. I'm going back to my roster. Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay, I don't blame you because let's face it, it takes a very, very capable man to do it all. Okay, it takes a very, very capable man at all. Oh, okay. $57 a month is $2 a day. Good price. I've never even done that math. So, Robert, you get to stay. Regular Rob, you're out. This Robert added value. Other Rob, you offered coffee. Get the fuck out of here. You've been booted, Rob. Do you want your other offer? You want to up your offer? Because if it's just coffee, this other man did some math for me. I appreciate someone doing some math for me. But how do I tell him because I feel like I'm cheating? I don't know. That's the type of guidance that I would give in my community. That type of one-on-one, because it's very... I mean, you just have to have a conversation. It's just a hard conversation. That's all. That's all. Okay, what other questions do we have? Just tell them you're no longer interested in exclusivity. You could. That's going to hurt his feelings, because what happens when someone says that you're no longer interested in exclusivity, like the relationship is pretty much ended, right? You're pretty much telling that man, yeah, like, and that's life. Yeah. It is. It's true. You're very, very true. That is life. Most men understand that. Clearly you get it. Most women are in their emotions and feelings when it comes to that. Okay. Like our friend here saying she's guilty about it because she's cheating. I mean, what's more guilty? Dumping the man and just opening up and getting your roster again, or stringing him along. Because, yeah, you're right. That's life. That's life. Okay. Who is ready to become a blueprint babe? Choose your adventure. You can go solo, apply the system, one-time purchase. Tonight with the discount code, it's $127. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get my system, but you also get weekly group coaching. You get one-on-one consulting. So anytime you need guidance, anything like that, I'm there to guide you. You also get extra content to support you. So this week, I'm doing a lot of content on how to stay in your feminine, because modern women, we're very much stuck in do mode. So that's in our masculine. So staying in your feminine so you can attract men who are very masculine. Does it mean that our relationship will completely end? It depends on the person, right? Some men are going to be fine with it. Other men, not so much. I don't know. I'm not in the relationship. I don't know who he is. It's up to you too to determine if you can't handle being part of a roster. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's right. What's one way to turn on his switch you speak of? So I teach all of that in phase 2 of my system. You get all of that information. And it is so simple. It's like turning on a light switch. Turning on a light switch. But when you are navigating in the dark and you don't know where the light switch is, it's a lot harder to find it, isn't it? That's why phase 2, you learn that. But if you're not attracting enough men, it's going to be hard to even start vetting for the gems because most men aren't in their masculine. And a lot of men aren't in their masculine because a lot of women are in their masculine. Okay. A lot of women are in their masculine energy. So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, you can tap the Service Plus button or you can tap my icon. The link is at the top of my bio. One-time purchase tonight of $127 with the discount code BB30. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. And as Rob said, he did the math for us. Thank you so much, Robert. Not Rob, Robert. $2 a day. Okay, that's not bad, actually. Thank you for doing that math for me, Robert. I appreciate that. So $2 a day for 6 months, or you could do the one-time purchase, $127. But drop it in the chat. What other questions we have? I want to make sure that I answer them. We had Kayla join us earlier. We had Kareen join us earlier before my date. I guess I'll just keep it going until he taps out because I think we're getting married. Because I don't think we're getting married. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. That's true. I buy my coffee at Wawa and if I get a 24 ounce, it's almost $3. Yeah, it is cheaper than a cup of coffee. Seems like something you'd say. What did I say? I don't know. Some men aren't going to tap out. It just depends on the guy. Most men don't tap out. Most men wait until the women tap out. But here's the thing too. A lot of men, if he's not an insecure man, he's not going to have a problem with you having a roster. Okay? Not going to have a problem. Thanks, Rob. Robert, sorry. I'm used to the other Rob. I don't even know if he's still in here. Maybe he left. He actually listened. We'll see. Let's see if he pops up saying, no, I'm still here. Mainly because he gives me a lot of financial help. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So my ex-boyfriend, he didn't give me a lot of financial help, but he definitely gave me a lot of financial help. I miss that money. Yeah. That money was nice, but at the same time, your health isn't worth the money, like risking your health isn't worth the money if he's stressing you out. Like my ex-boyfriend stressed me the fuck out. With this guy, I don't know. Like, why is it that you're not really liking him anymore? Good luck with that. Thank you. I don't need luck, bitch. I don't need luck, honey. My system fucking works, honey. My fresh flowers for my date tonight, okay? System works. I don't need luck, honey. I don't need luck when I got a system. Okay. So I'm not the only one getting amazing results. My Blueprint babes across the world are getting crazy results. Immediate, overnight, life-changing results. Those are their words, not my words, okay? When I put my system out, like I know I'm good at creating systems. It's been part of my career, okay? I know that I'm really good at that. I know that I'm good at training people to get results that they want. Little did I know that I was going to get bombarded with emails saying, this is working so fast. What do I do next? I couldn't have even guessed that that was going to happen. So fun though. So fun, so cool. We're at age gap, but he keeps going back and forth about marriage. So then why don't you just use that? Just be like, okay, well, you're not interested in getting married. I'm single. So I'm just going to see what my other options are. But it's a potential that you're going to lose that financial help too, because that relationship wasn't set up like that. I don't know. It just depends. I without knowing any details, anything about you, anything about him, I can only, it could go either way. That's all I can say. If you were in my community and I had more details about it, then I'd be able to give you more tailored guidance. But that's what my community is for. It's for that tailored one-on-one guidance. He said I've stagnated the process because I'm not emotionally stable. Yeah, well, I mean, it takes two to tango, but if he's already saying you're stagnating it, then he's dragging his feet too. Okay? He's dragging his feet too. All right, so who's ready to become a Blueprint babe? Choose your adventure. You can go the solo route tonight with the discount code. You get it one-time purchase, $127, or you get my system inside my community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. And as Robert said, that is $2 a day, less than a coffee. I mean, if you're still buying coffee at Starbucks, what is that, like $9 now? I think, I think that's what the CEO said. The $9 experience. I think that's how Starbucks CEO was marketing their $9 experience. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay. What other questions do we have? Are you on the apps, single, married, dating? What's going on? Are you accustomed to attracting men who invest in you, or is this a new concept to you? Because as I said, I attracted my ex-boyfriend with my system. I learned how to turn on his masculine switch. Oh, and let's talk about future faking and that kind of stuff, right? My ex-boyfriend I attracted with the system. We were together over the last holiday season, August to February. In January, we celebrated my 40th birthday. He was 31 at the time. In that 6 months, I never drove anywhere. I never paid for anything. And he, in addition to that, he gave me $5,000 cash and bills paid. What he also told me in that relationship is I've never given money to a woman before. So what is he saying? I've never invested in a woman before. And he also said, I'm doing this with you because I see you long term. But funny enough, what did he say to me about his ex-girlfriend? His ex-girlfriend was a girl that he was going to marry. She was a girl in her 20s. They talked about marriage all the time, but clearly that didn't happen, right? And why do you think it didn't happen? Well, when he starts telling me he was future faking her. He had never invested in her. So why would he ever marry her? He's never even invested. So what were we saying? Yeah, we're going to get married. Yeah, I'll meet your parents. Yeah, dangle the carrot, future faking. And then when the time came, guess what? He didn't do it. So then she left his ass because that's what most women do. They leave men. Okay? Same man, different results. So you could be dating a man like my ex-boyfriend who is treating you like his ex-girlfriend. Or you could be dating that same man, turn on his masculine switch, and start getting him to do things that he may have never, ever have done. Like my ex. Or you can make it easier on yourself because I created the rest of the blueprint after that relationship because I learned a lot in that relationship. One of the other things that I learned in that relationship is when I took myself off the market to be with him, I was still attracting investors. I attracted a manager who works at Sprouts, and I also attracted a UPS driver. This UPS driver literally knew I had a boyfriend, didn't care. He said, "You can keep your boyfriend." He's like, "Let me show you what it's like to be taken care of. I make 6 figures. I don't care if you have a boyfriend." Okay? Lost opportunities. Lost opportunities because I took myself off the market and I was a loyal girlfriend to a man who stressed me the fuck out. Okay? Okay, what other questions do we have? I'm curious to learn what you learned about trafficking in school. I learned a lot. Mostly just like coercive control, like all of the tricks that they do to lure you in. I think I still have like the paper that I wrote on it. It was a group paper that I did. I'm selfish with my attention and don't want to waste my time giving it to randos. Exactly. I don't blame you, Natalie. That's exactly why if you are going on a first date, they better be fucking investing in you because that's your resources, your time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. If men want these resources, they better be coming in with something in return. That is not the same thing because we're not here to barter. So the man, first dates for me, my standard, ever since I've gotten out of my relationship with my ex-boyfriend, which mind you, my first date with my ex-boyfriend, he didn't even treat me like this. I didn't get queen treatment date 1 with him. But ever since then, that has been my standard. The men that I've gone on dates with since my ex-boyfriend, they've picked me up, they open my door, they buy me flowers, we go wherever, of course they pay for everything, and that's that. Okay? So date tonight did pretty good. Okay. Last time I got roses was my first date out of the relationship. He bought me pink roses, half dozen. Okay. He did a pretty good job. He was so cute. He was like, "I love the roses." And I'm like, "Yeah, they're really pretty. I love sunflowers too." So I love flowers. I'm not going to complain about fresh flowers. Love them. I am in a relationship. He's not investing like before. Yeah, most men that happens, Gigi. Very, very, very normal. Most women will say, and you're noticing, once they get into relationship, marriage, the man changes. And the issue is why do they change? They've trapped you. They've got you. Men are naturally pursuing. So if you're in relationship with them or married, they don't continue to pursue in the same way. And once you're in relationship and marriage, women tend to forget that these are their resources and then they start giving them nonstop. So then there's no reason to invest either because you're giving that shit to them for free. I'm like driving too much. What do you mean driving too much? Single, have too many hobbies and particular preferences in men to bother with most. Yep, that's me. I am very, very particular. So I have over 2,000 matches, 2,300 matches on one app. I've collected those matches in the last 4 months, okay? Because I've been single since February, March, April, May, June, July, August. I didn't start dating immediately. So yeah, 4 months. I was probably off the apps for like 2.5 months. So the full system, the blueprint system, has been out for 3.5, 4 months. And since then, since I got on the apps, 2,300 matches. Tonight was my 4th date. So I'm averaging about 1 date a month. Do I have the capability to go on 3, 4, 5 dates every day if I wanted to? 100%. 100%. But these are my resources. And I'm only going to give it to a man that is worth it. Why did I decide to to give my resources to the man tonight? Well, because he originally, right, we had a really nice date scheduled to go do something that I'm interested in. And the place ended up closing early, the art gallery, right? They closed at 4. We weren't going to meet until like 6:37, so that didn't work out. So we ended up going out to dinner instead. However, when we were already on dinner, he was already asking me out on a date for Saturday. So on Saturday, tentatively, right now, we have a date to go to the Mosey Museum to, I don't know what he said, something to do with Alan Watts. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Alan Watts, but they're doing something Alan Watts at the Mosey. And I love Alan Watts, and it's at the Mosey Museum, so I'm all in. And I like that he listened to me too, because when I was vetting him on the apps, he originally offered me a dinner date, and I told him it was boring. Then he offered me to go indoor rock climbing. I don't do that shit. So I said no. And then his third offer was the art gallery that we were going to go to. And I said, yeah, I like art galleries. I like art exhibits. So I told him that then. So during our date today, something that he was aware of that I didn't even know what was going on in town. And he was like, it's the last weekend. He's like, do you want to go? And I was like, yeah. Okay. That's worth my resources. Okay. And he seems like a pretty decent guy. Funny enough, I was in the same industry as him a while ago. So we have somewhat in common. We'll see, right? I'm very detached because I'm not looking for an end game through someone. I'm enjoying my time, staying detached and observing investment signals over time. So this guy's investment signals pretty great so far. Queen treatment, date 1. Why is this? Oh, I've had my phone plugged in. I thought I was charging this entire time, but it's like sitting here. It's in my phone, connected to my phone, but not plugged in. Okay, do you see investing the same investing with attention, affection, or sees it as monetary? Yeah, so Natalie, that's a really great question. The way I teach it is investing is never the same as your resources. A man is not investing with time, attention, validation, physical presence, dick. Okay? If he's doing the same thing, that's bartering. It's trading the same for same. But we live in an economy. And if a man wants your resources, you are in demand. So you get to pick and choose if you want to barter, but that bar is very, very low. Low. Investment requires money. He may be giving you money directly, but like tonight, my date invested in me by being a gentleman, his behavior investment, being a gentleman, buying me flowers, wine and dining me. Okay? That was his investment. In addition to that, it's nice to know that he listened to my interests and then has already asked me out on a date that is still focused on what I like to do. Okay? So what I'm also now, the more and more I talk about this, I'm starting to see it. Let's look at the love languages, right? 4 love languages: gifts, acts of service, quality time. What's the other one? Quality time, physical touch. Quality time and physical touch. Have you noticed those are men's love languages? Quality time, physical touch. Women's love languages from now on, especially if you're a blueprint babe, will be acts of services and gifts. If he's doing these love languages for you, you can do these for him. Okay? That's it. You miss me, Rob? Of course. Good dude, nice flowers. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, he did very good. I used to date around and now he got me stuck with no good treatment. Yep, that's how they do it. Hi, Seraphine. We have a blueprint babe in the house. Question: how do I lose guys that are clingy and bartering? I'm not even interested. It's a coworker. Just tell him. Like, if you're not interested and he keeps bothering you, that literally is harassment. Okay? You shouldn't be doing that. What should I do to make him fear losing? You shouldn't make him fear losing access, but what you should be doing is just taking your access away. Don't make him fear it. Just do it. Words of affirmation. Yep. There we go. Words of affirmation. Oh, yeah. 5. You're right. You both can have words of affirmation. I forgot about that one. Thank you for reminding me. Yes. But most men, of course, physical touch, quality time. If you as a woman, you don't want words of affirmation because that's yap. Thank you so much. Men already yap. You don't need that from them. Okay. You need them doing shit, which is what? Acts of services and gifts. As a woman, that should be your love languages. If a man is doing that for you, then you can give him physical touch, quality time. Where can we meet them? I teach you how to meet them on dating apps, social media, in the wild. So, phase 1 of my system, I teach you to get on the dating apps with the right pictures and the right words so you can start attracting all types of men. Once you start attracting all types of men, you get your numbers up. And that's a good thing. You want your numbers up so you can pick and choose and vet these men, okay? Once you start getting your numbers up, you're going to start getting a lot of messages from all different types of men. You're not going to be giving every man your phone number. You're not going to be going out on a date with every man that asks you on a date. You're going to vet for gems. Men who are going to invest on date 1, queen treatment. Men who are going to make your life easier. Men who are going to keep your nervous system regulated. They're going to keep you feeling safe. If they don't have these 3 qualities, you don't date them. You don't give them your resources, your time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. But when they start messaging you, how can you tell who's who? Phase 2 of my system, I give you scripts. I teach you how to turn on their masculine switch. And then you get to say, okay, yes, you seem like a gem. Hi, how are you? You seem like a gem. I'm going to give you access to my phone number. You stay detached because phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. Staying detached and observing their investment signals and behavior over time. Okay? And here's why I teach you to date online. Losers like Troy are going to tell on themselves. Okay? They're going to tell on themselves. And as soon as they tell on themselves, you can just vet them out without even doing anything. You see how easy Troy's a loser. He has no access to me. Boop. Falls right off. And as soon as one falls off, 10 more come in. Literally. So let me tell you what happened, right? Oh, he's mad. He's an angry little troll, okay? Angry little man, okay? Why? Because he doesn't have his own money. He doesn't have his own money. And that's why he's telling me to make my own, as if I don't. As if I don't, okay? A dusty, right? They're very angry. Have you noticed the dusties are very angry? Let them go find their own boyfriends, okay? Let them go find their own boyfriends. But that's the beauty of vetting men on dating apps. They're literally going to tell on themselves, okay? Okay? So, when they tell on themselves, you vet them out, right? No one cares what you have, Troy. No one cares, okay? You can just keep yapping because you're still a loser. Just because you have things doesn't make you a man. It just makes you someone who has things. Good for you. I have things too. So does everybody else watching. We all have fucking things, okay? That's not impressive. You've already showed us you're a fucking loser. So your shiny things aren't going to change that, okay? It doesn't change that. You've already told us who you are, okay? They want queen treatment. Exactly. He needs a boyfriend. Yep. Would you consider it bad if I wanted Panda Express right now and I would offer to share it with you? Yeah, that's disgusting, Rob. I don't eat Panda Express. Every time I walk into that place, it smells. I don't like it. And it's 1 a.m. I don't think it's open. That's why you want man's money. Troy, shut the fuck up. You're so dumb. I'm not dealing with you tonight. Okay. I really like that place. I mean, I would buy you whatever you want. You know. No. Thanks, Rob. I'll buy you whatever you want. It's so funny. I saw a TikTok of this girl some man offered to take her to Panda Express for lunch. And like people in the chat were bashing her like, oh, how can you accept Panda Express for lunch and blah, blah, blah. And then other women were like, it's fucking lunch, whatever. And there was this one, I've never eaten there before. I've been in there before, but I've never eaten there. And then she was like, just make it a deluxe or something, walnut shrimp or something or other. I don't know. Sorry, we can go somewhere else, Rob. But I get to pick. It's not Panda Express. Okay, what other questions do we have? Can share the 3 things again. Nervous system. Yes. So what you're vetting for are men who are going to invest, men who are going to make your life easier, and men who do not dysregulate your nervous system. Meaning they're not stressing you out, they're not doing scary things, they're not doing crazy things. They're keeping you safe. It's okay, Samantha. Samantha and I go way back. Oh yeah, way back. Way back to like, what, last week? I don't even know. So back. Okay, so who's ready to become a Blueprint Babe? Choose your adventure. One-time purchase tonight with the discount code. It's $127. Or you can join my community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. As Robert did the math for us earlier today, that is $2 a day, less than a coffee. For sure, my coffee. And I get Wawa coffee. That's not like super expensive. It's like 24 ounce. Normally I get a 20 ounce. It's like $2.60. If I get a 24 ounce, it's like almost $3. So it's definitely cheaper than the coffee that I drink. Hello. Who else is joining us? Who's a Blueprint Babe? If you do purchase, make sure you drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. Hi, Em. How's it going? Drop your questions in the chat. Who else is going to become a Blueprint Babe? We have Seraphine that's in the house. She is a mod in here, but she is also a Blueprint Babe. We had Kareen join earlier today, and we also had Kayla join earlier. I don't know if Kayla is still in here, but she joined earlier today. How are you doing, Seraphine? Yeah, even if he invests in you but dysregulates you, it's a no. Exactly. Pink, that is what I learned in my relationship that I attracted my ex-boyfriend. My ex-boyfriend I attracted with phase 1 of my system. Okay? Phase 1 was the only thing that existed, right? Your marketing phase. I put the right pictures, the right words, and I attracted my ex-boyfriend. He was an investor, okay? I never drove anywhere. I never paid for anything. In addition to that, he invested $5,000 cash and bills paid in the 6 months we were together. However, he dysregulated my nervous system. He stressed me out. He did scary shit and just, in some cases, made me feel unsafe. In that, I realized I can't be in that relationship anymore. So it lasted 6 months and I let him go because there's no reason for me to continue to be in a relationship with that type of person, regardless of the money. I told him by the time that relationship was wrapping up, being with him felt like having 2 full-time jobs. I've never had 2 full-time jobs before, but what I've had before, I work full-time and I went to school full-time. And even that seemed manageable compared to being with him. Okay? You're going to figure out some people are just not compatible. You're just not compatible with them. And you can be with them longer. I was probably with him a lot longer than I should have been too. And it was only 6 months. Okay? But you get to pick and choose. But most women, even then, that version of me, I was only talking to one man, dating one man at a time. It wasn't until I exited that relationship that I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it different. And And as soon as I started doing it different, not only did my results literally go through the roof, the rest of my blueprint babes, same thing. Amazing results with like zero effort. Zero effort. All it does is take you investing in yourself first. And then the majority of my blueprint babes are making their money up. How? These men are investing in them. Some men are sending them money. Some men are paying for their beauty services. Some men are just whining and dining, buying flowers. The money is coming back to them because what? They're getting experiences with men in ways that they've never gotten before, ever. Okay? So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, I would love to join you. You can do the one-time purchase. It is $127 tonight with the discount code. With the discount code, you get the extra $30 off. It is normally $157. Or you can join my community. One-time purchase, $127 with the discount code. Or you can join the community. 6-month commitment, $57 a month. Some men are painting walls. Yep. Well, let me just show you since we're on that topic. Okay. We're on that topic. Let me show you some Blueprint Babe reviews. So let's start with Seraphine's review, right? So Seraphine says, even with my ex, I use the time, attention, validation from the blueprint, and now he wants to paint my living room for me, and I don't even want him. The blueprint isn't fluff. It's practical, I can't even say that word tonight, and detailed, my opinion. Practical. Oh my goodness. Some words. So Seraphine, she's not even dating, but she's applied the system on her ex. She doesn't even want him. And guess what? He's investing in her. He's making her life easier. If I join, is there someone who can set up my dating apps? There's no one to set up your dating apps. However, I give you how to do it. I tell you what pictures, what words. What I can do is, if you join the community, I can audit your profile, but there's no one to actually like do that for you because it's your phone. I don't have access to your phone. Sorry, babe. However, phase 1 of my system, you can do it easily for yourself because I tell you exactly what pictures and what words. And then after you have that, since it's a system, you just apply it to the rest of the dating apps. So if that's what you mean, that's phase 1 of the system. That's already taken care of. Okay. Thank you so much. I love flowers. I'm in Florida. So if you do become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. And then let's go back. So we shared Seraphine's review. Here's another babe. She's in my community. She likes to stay anonymous. She says her system prevents a long and wasteful talking stage. Thank you so much. Meg says it's worth it just to end anxiety of dating. You've changed my life. Jill is in my community. Jill joined about 3 weeks ago. She joined on a Tuesday right before we had group coaching. And by Thursday, she was back in my live saying it's going good. It's working. I got my nails paid for today. Haven't met the guy yet. Never. Not even for my ex-husband of 17 years. The system works. Hi, Tamara. How are you? So Jill, she was in my live again last night. She never even met this guy. He just paid for her nails. Okay. She never even went on a date with him. Jen, it took her 10 days, right? In 10 days, she said, first try and for success, the blueprint already paid for itself. And how did it pay for itself? She had one of her babes send her money to get her hair done. Meg, she said, it's paid for itself 2 times over in 4 days for me. Second date, he bought me flowers again and Starbucks drink, literally all because of you. You changed my life. Meg's first date with her babe, he picked her up, wined and dined her. He picked her up, bought her flowers, took her to the hair salon, and then wined and dined her. Then date 2, flowers and Starbucks. Okay. So it's beyond paid for itself. And that's pretty average. If it's not paying for itself, the men are working. Okay. I followed the scripts and they immediately wanted to help me with removing furniture, cleaning. Blueprint works. So happy I found you. I've tried others and this actually works. Okay, I don't understand. How do I save the PDF? You don't have to save it. It's a website. Okay, so it is it's in the email confirmation email. It's a Google Doc. It's a Google Doc website. So the way you can save it is you can download it. Okay, so let me show you how to do that. Okay. Because it's just a PDF, right? So it's going to open up. This is inside the PDF, right? It's going to open up. You're just going to have to save it in some of the, somewhere here. Oh yeah, save in this area. Save, print, but that's that. Okay. So you did become a blueprint babe. Let me see. Welcome. I want to make sure that it came through because maybe that's another reason why. No, there it is. Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. Beautiful. I'm so excited to have you. Who else is joining us? So yeah, I did it on my phone. I logged into Gmail. I'm going to email it to you right now so you at least have the attachment. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to email it to you. It opened up, but I don't understand how to save it. It's okay. So when you're in it, I'm going to email it to you just so you have it in your email. But it's a website. So you can just save the website like you would anything else, right? So here's another way you can save the website. It's like this little star. I don't know what browser you use, right? But this little star here, okay, that saves it. So there's that. Okay, but I'm going to email you regardless. Okay, let me do that for you. All right, so who else is going to become a blueprint babe? We have M. Do you prefer me just say M, or is it okay if I say your real name? Some people prefer their screen name, government name, not so much. I want to make sure. Okay, perfect. Once it's emailed to me, I'll know how to save it. Perfect. Lady, okay, perfect. Melanie or M. Okay, awesome. So Melanie just became a blueprint babe. We have Seraphine, who is our mod. She's been a blueprint babe for quite some time now. Lady, if you're interested in becoming a blueprint babe, choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase. Tonight, it is $127. I do have a discount code, so I'm going to drop that there. So it's normally $157. Tonight, you get it for $127. Or you can join my community. It's a 6-month commitment. You get the system, but you also get guidance, personal guidance from me, weekly group coaching, and then a community of women. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. That is less than $2 a day, or $2. I think that's what Robert said. I can't recall. It's either right less than $2 a day or right at $2 a day. So $2 a day for 6 months, or one-time purchase, $127. So let me email this to Melanie. And then if you do become a blueprint babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. And then what other questions do you have? Okay. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, hiccups. Oh, that's why. Okay. Something went wrong. Saving passcode. Why are you doing this? Going to bed. All right. Have a good evening. Thanks for hanging out, Seraphine. See you next time. I signed up with my Gmail. Did you send it? I'm still logging in. Sorry. My Gmail logged out and it's taking forever to log in. I'll for sure let you know when I email it. I don't know what the hell's taking so long. Fucking Gmail, man. was pissing me off the other night. It just like, I hate when I get like signed out of all of my Gmail accounts and then you have to sign in and then all this other shit, have to verify. Is it you? Is it not you? It's like, yes, it's me. Just, oof. Oof. Okay, here we go. So as a reminder, you're going to get the blueprint. It's 1.0. I'm in the works. I'm updating it to the 2.0. Anytime you've purchased the blueprint, you will always get the update for free. So Melanie, you are going to get the first iteration, blueprint 1.0, but in the next couple weeks, maybe even sooner, I don't know, maybe a little longer. I don't want to put a date on it, but you will be getting the 2.0. You will be getting 2.0 sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later. Okay, there's that. Alrighty, so who else is going to join us tonight? If you do become a blueprint babe like Melanie, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you, and I want to make sure that I troubleshoot anything, as I'm doing right now for Melanie. Because, you know, tech can be a little funky sometimes. I know it is for me. Oh, that's why. Boom, boom, boom. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh, yeah. So we've only had it out for 3 months. I updated it on 5/11. So May 11th. Yeah. And we're already revising it. And it clearly it works very, very well, but the revision, I'm going to streamline it and just update safety protocols. And then most importantly, what's going to be added in is women who are already in relationship, or like if you're roster dating and then you end up getting into a relationship, how to continue that while committed. Okay. Melanie, it has been sent. Enjoy the blueprint. It's a good read. It is a very fun read. Have fun with that. I'm so excited to have you. Okay, so who else is going to join us? We had Kareen earlier today. We also had Kayla earlier today, and now we have Melanie. Who else? What other questions do we have? The system, very, very simple to apply. It's a 3-phase system. The first phase is your marketing phase. I teach you what pictures and what words to put into your dating profiles. Because yeah, you're going to be on the apps. Why? Dating in the modern dating economy is a numbers game. When you're roster dating, you're talking to multiple people at a time. You're dating multiple people at a time. Why? Have you noticed a lot of men aren't shit? Have you noticed that a lot of men just don't show up and just kind of just fall off? That's why you're talking to multiple people. Instead of talking to one man, dating one man, putting all your eggs in one basket, and then getting frustrated, upset in your feelings because this man ain't shit. Okay? Instead of seeing the flawed human being for who he is, a completely flawed piece of shit, and being like, you know what? I'm not dealing with you. You're out. Most women will just continue to deal with that piece of shit. Why? Because they feel like they don't have options. Okay? Received? Yay! I'm so excited for you. I'm so glad that you got it. So once you start attracting these men, you need to start vetting, right? Because most women are on the dating apps. They're wasting their time getting to know men. You're not getting to know men anymore. Right now, what you're going to start doing is vetting. You're going to start vetting to figure out what men are actually going to invest in you, make your life easier, and keep your nervous system regulated, meaning they're going to be a provider and a protector. When you're vetting for providers and protectors, okay, it's going to be a lot easier to get what you want in life. I'm so happy. Thank you. Now I can be prepared with a strategy. get ready, honey, because your life, you're just never going to see men the same way ever again. And because your standards are now higher, you're going to get what you want. Because like I said, again, I created this system. I have blueprint babes that are getting better results than I've ever gotten. Okay. So it just depends on how you're playing the game, applying the system, because it's a system. Okay. It's not a workbook. It's not like something that you're watching. It's not a course. It's literally a system. So imagine me giving you a schedule, right? To get you on a routine. Once you get that system in place, life starts getting smoother because the system is running for you instead of you trying to figure it out and doing it all on your own. Okay? All on your own. So phase 1 is your marketing phase. Right pictures and the right words, you're going to start attracting all types of men. Phase 2, you're going to turn on their masculine switch with scripts to figure out and start vetting who's going to invest, who's going to make life easier, who is going to not dysregulate the nervous system. Okay? A provider and protector. And once you start dating these provider and protectors, phase 3 is going to be the most important phase of the system. You're going to stay detached and observe their investment signals behavior over time. Because most men aren't going to be capable of keeping up with what they start off with. Okay? Most men start off really high. They give you a really nice time, but that's just not who they really are. But they want to live that date fantasy with you. So they're going to do it up for you, have a really nice, what I call a firework date. And then they're going to just, fizzle out like a firework does. So you're going to probably have a lot of firework dates, meaning 1 date, 2 date, 3 dates with a man, and then it just fizzles out. Because that's just kind of how it happens. And once you start to understand that that's just life, literally, once you start seeing dating like the sperm and the egg, you are the egg, these men are the sperm. How many sperm reach the egg? A lot of them, but how much make it into the egg? Okay. A lot of them make it to the egg, but how many don't even get close to it? Even more. It's natural for it to dwindle down. But most women are talking to a man at a time, dating one man at a time, so they're putting all of their eggs in one basket. They're investing everything into this man, and they're expecting him to give her everything. And that just doesn't work out that great. Okay? It sucks, actually. They should try to figure us out. That's already asking too much. Some men are willing to, right? I'm going to say the guy tonight, he put a little effort trying to figure me out, okay? And at least he was listening. I'll give him more of that than even my ex-boyfriend, right? My ex-boyfriend, he did the best he could for who he is, okay? That's that. But he's an ex-boyfriend for a reason. They're exes for a reason. And can men change? Can people change? Yeah. But it's not your job to hope and pray that they change. It's not your job to stick around with them hoping that they'll change for you. It's your job to live your life to the best of your capability. And if a man is stressing you out, making you scared, doing all the things, fucking not worth it. It's not worth the money. It's not worth the investment, putting your health and safety at risk. We talk too much. We're doing too much. Sometimes. Yeah. It just depends on who you are as a person. See, for me, you're done. A lot of women get done. They get frustrated. But once you get to the point where I'm done, the issue is that you've been dealing with a lot of shit. Okay? Yeah. You're to the point where you've just had a lot of bad experiences. I've been there, right? We have seasons in dating. Okay? So even though I've been roster dating for this past 4 months, I've literally only gone on 4 dates. Tonight I had a date. Okay? But because I'm not just going out to date, I'm going out with men that are investing in me, making my life easier, keeping my nervous system regulated. Those are gems. That's part of the reason why I'm not going out on a lot of dates, because there's not a lot of those men out there. And even if they're gems, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best fit for you either, because they may have these qualities, which are great, but then you have lifestyle, compatibility, habits, hobbies, all the other things that make a unit, make compatibility, make a relationship even stronger. But once you have dealt with too many shitty men, you get to the point where I quit, I'm done. Sometimes it's cool to take a step back, recalibrate, and then come back out with a plan. Because once you have a strategy, and I'm telling you, with my system, you're not gonna feel like I'm done, I quit. You may have moments of like, I don't want to date right now, which is healthy. That's so healthy. When I got out of my relationship with my ex-boyfriend, I wasn't on the market. I think I probably got onto the apps 2.5, 3 months later. Then I got on the apps. I created the rest of the blueprint. And now we're a global community. Not just on TikTok, but like actual blueprint babes who have invested in the system. They're all over the world. They're all ages. They're all ethnicities. They're all in different seasons of relationship. Some women are divorced. Some women are married. Some women are in relationships. Some women are just roster dating. Some women, what else are there? Just all sorts of things. Okay. Seraphine, who was in here earlier, she's not even on the app. She's not even dating, but she applied it on her ex-boyfriend who she doesn't even want. Once you start to learn how to stay in your feminine energy, you're going to start being treated like a queen pretty much everywhere you go. One of the places that I like to test this theory is when I go get coffee at the gas station. I love Wawa coffee, so I go almost every day. And when I go, I practice allowing men to be men, letting them open my door, doing things for me. And the more that you can turn on a man's masculine switch by just existing, the easier you're going to get things done for you, with you just literally just existing. I'm sure you've heard it, right? As a woman, all you have to do is you just have to be you. And that's such an abstract concept, even to a past version of myself. I'm like, what do you mean I just have to be me? How is it that I just have to just be there and things will get done? Well, when you're in your feminine energy, when you know how to turn on his masculine switch, that's literally how it happens. Literally how it happens. But if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get shitty results. That's how I was, right? Until I started tinkering around, until I started actually creating a system and being like, this is what I want. So I need the system to get me there. That's how the blueprint was born. There's absolutely nothing a man can do for me that won't eventually cost me something else. Like anything in life. Like anything. When you're dealing with a man, he wants your resources. Time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie with some of them. You don't have to give them the cookie, but for sure they want these 4, right? You get to determine, okay, if I'm giving you this, you get to set the price. Because what? It's an economy. And if something is in demand, you set the price. Because you're in demand. This man wants you. So you get to say, okay, well, I want X, Y, and Z. So for me, my standard is if a man wants to take me on date 1, he picks me up, he opens my door, he buys me flowers, we go out to wherever it is, that whether he offered or I'm asking. Normally, it's what they're offering, because I like to see what they offer. Tonight, I actually asked, because what he offered, hopefully we'll still eventually do, but it was an art gallery, so it was closed by the time he was off of work. So I said, okay, well, I want steak then. So he got lobster, I got steak. Okay? Simple. Men don't give flowers? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I literally just got these tonight. One of my pinned TikToks is the last flowers that I got. Okay? My ex-boyfriend, right there, Lego flowers. Okay, my ex-boyfriend, an orchid. Really long, big, beautiful pink orchid. Okay, it's just a plant right now. My Cash App babe, another orchid. Okay, men buy flowers. If you're not accustomed to men buying you flowers, it's just a standard that we have to integrate into your life. But if you've never had that experience, you have to start attracting these men who are going to provide that experience for you, because that's what a provider is. He's providing not just finances, investment, and experience. No one gives you flowers in your country. Where are you from? Okay. They see it as an investment because it is an investment, right? Of course they're investing in you. Men aren't just going to freely give you money. They give money, they give investment, they give experiences to women that they like. Thank you so much. Men know how to buy us to do what they want to do to us eventually. Well, yeah, of course. But you're dating men, okay? So that's a given, right? Like you clearly, if you're going out on a date with someone, you're getting something else and you're getting something in return. If you're not getting something in return, then you're dating wrong. But that's where my blueprint comes into place. South Africa, they're cheap here. You got to find better men. As a woman, are you going to provide? Women don't provide. Women aren't providers. Men are providers. But what men are investing into women, they're getting their resources, time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie with some men, right? That's what they're investing in. Would you say the side chick gets the most flowers? I don't know. I would say no because she's a side chick, but I don't know. Depends on how she has it set up. Thank you so much, Pink. My company is the reward. Exactly. Your resources are the reward. Time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie, i.e. your company. But if they're not investing, meaning wine and dining you, buying you flowers, opening your door, taking you to a nice experience, an event, something like that, then you're giving yourself away for free. Okay. All right. So who else is ready to become a blueprint babe? If you're ready for my system, choose your adventure. You can do the one-time purchase. It's $157. Right now I have a discount code for $30 off. It's a one-time purchase today for $127. Or you can join my community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system, but you also get weekly group coaching. You get one-on-one consulting from me, extra guidance, and you get extra content to help support you on your journey. You're selling it cheap? Yeah, well, I am selling it, I don't want to say cheap, but it is very inexpensive because the system, I want women to be able to access it. It's very, very important information that I'm not like, I don't want to price a lot of women out. I want women to be able to invest in themselves to actually get the results that they're looking for. So it's pay to play. No. So it's not pay to play, right? If you want to think of it that way, then you can, but it's not. Because if you are giving a man your finite resources, time, attention, validation, physical presence, you get to pick and choose. You get to, if you want to go out on a walk date because you don't want him to invest in you. I got into it, right? This creator and I got into it. We had a little beef going, right? She was the type of woman, kind of with your mindset. Oh, is this pay to play? No. She literally flat out made a TikTok saying she's humbled by a man giving her his time and attention. That's so fucking pick me gross shit, right? But that's because most women are saying, oh, well, then it's pay to play. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. No, it is you being treated like a queen. If you are so insecure, if you are so in your masculine, if you're so wounded that you cannot receive from a man, that's literally the most feminine thing you can do as a woman is receive from a man. Most women don't know how. That's why you just said pay to play. Okay? I'm not going on a walk date. I'm not giving my resources away for free. These are finite resources. These are resources I will never get back. So when I was on my date tonight, I could have easily been on TikTok continuing to build my business. I could have easily been on the internet on other things, talking to other men, doing all sorts of other things. But this man who invested in me tonight was worth me giving those resources to. Okay? If he continues to invest and behave appropriately, I don't have a problem doing that. I'm not going to do it for men who aren't worth it, though, which most men aren't. Most men are not worth it. Okay, so who is ready to become a Blueprint Babe? We had Kayla join, we had Melanie recently join, and we had Kareen join earlier. So choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase with the discount code tonight. It's a one-time purchase, $127, or you can join my community. You get the system, but you also get me there helping you apply the system. You get guidance, all the things. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. We got another loser, right? So this is another reason I tell you women to get on the dating apps. Why? Do you see how men just tell on themselves? They just show up and then they just start telling on themselves, right? Wow, okay, bring that toxicity. I don't even know what I said that was toxic, okay? Because I didn't say anything that's toxic. Nothing, okay? But men are going to make you feel like it's toxic. Society is going to make you feel like it's toxic. Why? Because they don't want to be real men. They don't want to be real women. Real men step up in their masculine, and they do. They're providers and protectors. Real women stay in their feminine, and they receive. They receive. It is that simple. But society and people and this and that, they're going to project onto you all this kind of bullshit that's not even real. Not even real. Because they don't value us. Some of them, right? The men who don't want to invest in you, they for sure don't value you. They for sure don't even like you. Because they're not even willing to put skin in the game. They're not even willing to do anything for resources that you're never going to get back. Your direct approach intimidates them? Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. I don't know why I'm intimidating. I've gotten that a lot. But it's because I'm direct and I just say it how I say it. And I guess a lot of people aren't that way, but whatever. To each their own. To each their own. What does the 6-month program look like? Great question. So it's not a program, okay? It's just a container. We're over on Discord, okay? So let's peruse it, okay? I'm going to give you a little sneak peek inside. So the 6-month, you're in there because it's going to take you 6 months to understand this new way of being and this new mindset. And then it's going to take you an additional 3 months. So the first 3 months to understand and start applying, and then 3 months, so a total of 6, to really understand it, okay? And then it'll take you a full year of doing it consistently where it's just naturally who you are, okay? So in the community, we have different channels, right? So you have the blueprint in here. Let me scroll in here. So it's just a chat, right? So you can go back, see all the content, see everything that, you know, the consulting I've done, the one-on-one. So the blueprint is in here. And we have all sorts of different channels. How to do, case studies. I put in all types of different content. Women will go in here and they'll drop their screenshots and be like, hey, how do I do this? How do I do that? Right? And I'll give them guidance. I give you even more support, how to move the needle, internal audit, all the things, okay? All the things. So it's really fun. You get weekly group coaching as well. Tuesday and Wednesdays are honestly our favorite days because we just get to hang out, right? I'm there. It's not even like a session. I'm just there to guide you. I listen to how you're doing, what dates you've had, what exactly is going on with the system, and then I just help you navigate it for the next week. You don't have to attend weekly group coaching if you don't want to. We have very, very active members, and then we have members who are completely inactive. But not that they're inactive, like they're just not in the chat, anything like that. But they're lurking, right? They're absorbing the content. They're just not, getting that one-on-one for me. So you get to use it however you want. So you get the application, right? You get the system, the blueprint, but you have me there weekly helping you apply it, helping you guide you through it. So anything that you're going through, I'm there for you. So choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase with the discount code tonight, $127. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system, but you get weekly group coaching. You also get me there helping you, guide you through it. Any type of questions. Imagine just being able to text me at any time. And that's pretty much what it is. Okay. And then we have weekly calls and then extra content. So the lab, which is a community, that's like $2 a day. So $2 a day for 6 months. Okay. Direct is all you know. Retired firefighter. Okay. My boyfriend wants to see my phone bill. Thoughts? Why does he want to see your phone bill? I said, no. I said, that's my boundaries. I mean, if he wants to see your phone bill to pay it, then yeah, but just show him the statement. What else he doesn't need to see anything else, right? I wouldn't show him anything else. I mean, especially if you're already saying that's your boundary. Just say, okay, babe, you want to pay for it? I'll show you the statement. Just to make sure I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. Oh, yeah, no, you need to dump him. He's controlling you. No, dump him quick. Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's too controlling. But be very careful too, because if he's already acting that fucking crazy, you're not in a good situation. He wants your phone records? That's fucking crazy. My ex-boyfriend was that way too. Like, here's the thing, like, if he's accusing you of cheating, it's probably because he's doing it. My ex-boyfriend would stress me out about stupid shit like that too. Not necessarily cheating, but just like controlling. Because they're insecure and they're probably doing something that's making them feel like you're doing it. Why? Because they have a guilty conscience. He said it's a condition to be with him, then fuck him. Just ask him for his password? Yeah. If that's a condition, then say, all right, babe, you first, and see how quickly that condition disappears. Okay? Or as soon as he says, well, blah, 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 watch the bullshit start happening. You're already dealing with bullshit. I would not be with a man like that. I would replace him real quick. Look, even Mexican guru, retired firefighter, he's a man. He's telling you, okay? I just said that's my condition. Yeah. You guys are at a standstill then. My suggestion is become a blueprint babe, get 10 more and forget about that one. Because you can. You literally can. um, when I told my ex that I was roster dating, he was not happy. He was not happy about it. Funny enough, right? He was not happy, saying, oh, it's so disrespectful to our relationship, right? Mind you, I have not slept with anybody since being with him, okay? He had already put down 2 girls in that time. And we're like, yeah, disrespectful. Okay. Because it's disrespectful for me to go out on dates, but you're fucking people and that's not disrespectful. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. Get out of my face with that fucking bullshit. Because, nah, I'm not that dumb. Okay? I'm not that dumb. 10 more as well. I can't even have him 1. Well, I meant 10. Okay, so roster dating, right? You're not necessarily in a relationship with 10 more. I mean, if you want to be, right? But, I mean, like, vet for 10 more. Attract 10 more. Because you will. Once 1 falls off, you literally can attract 10 more. Do you have to date all 10 of those? No. But you can vet to figure out which ones are gems. I have quite a few babes on my roster. Not all of them are active, but... And you know what? It's not stressful. Why? Because of the way I'm teaching you how to date. These are your resources. You get to do what you want with them. Men are no longer demanding your resources. And if they're demanding it, you have standards and expectations to get something in return for it then. They're not just draining you. Password is a huge test and a great condition to have on your own. Yeah. See, I've never even I don't give a fuck, right? Like, if you're going to be doing that shit behind my back, I'm going to catch you regardless. So I don't need your password. I'm not going to, I don't know. That's just so much. Where do I find emotionally available men? Are dating apps completely a no-go? And dating apps are a fucking hell yes. I know there's a lot of dating coaches that say, no, I'm not a dating coach. I'm a certified health and wellness coach, and I teach you how to optimize the dating apps because I know how to use them. So you're on the internet, yes. So get on the dating apps because it's the same thing. So phase 1 in my system, I teach you what pictures and what words to put into your profile so you can start attracting men who invest in you. And once you start attracting these men, you're going to do it on the dating apps, social media, out in the wild. I just demand peace. Yeah, a lot of men demand peace, but most of you guys don't even know how to create it for yourselves. That's the issue. A peaceful dinner, and I'm so on. Yeah. I mean, I had a peaceful dinner with my date tonight. So what does emotional available mean? Emotionally available, I would just say is like, I don't know, man. I don't even know if men are emotionally available. Are they capable? Yes. Emotional? Most men aren't emotional, okay? I think most women want emotional available men so they can men can be there for them emotionally, but that's what you have girlfriends for. That's what you have family for. Okay, men can be your rock, but you don't want him being your therapist. I would say you're not necessarily looking for emotionally available men, but just available men. And then you get to pick and choose, does he work for you? Because phase 3 is my most important phase, staying detached and observing their behavior and investment over time. Because most of these quote unquote unavailable, emotionally unavailable men are just men with bad behavior. And then you get to pick and choose. Are you going to deal with that man or not? Probably not. But if you're only talking to him and only dating him, then you're going to tolerate his bullshit for a lot longer than necessary. Because you're going to hope and pray that he changes for you. And guess what? He's not even going to change for himself. So why the fuck would he change for you? He's not. Okay? He's not. So you get to either allow him to stay in your life, you continue to deal with his bullshit, or see him for who he is, accept him for who he is, and then you deal with him still, or you let him go. Easy. But all of these psychological terms, all this therapy talk, honestly, I think it's completely it doesn't even fucking mean anything anymore because everybody's, you're a narcissist, you're this, you're that. No, it's just people with bad behavior. And you get to stay detached and observe the human for who they are instead of all this psychobabble, anxious attachment, this attachment. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Just look at who this idiot is in front of you. Is he worth your resources or not? Simple. Simple. The issue that makes it hard is most women get emotionally attached to men too quickly. That's the problem. But when you become a blueprint babe, you don't have that problem anymore. What your problem is, you're going to be swimming in messages. You're going to be vetting for men. Your problem is that you're going to be saying no more often than you're saying yes. Okay? Okay. I don't know of the people I've met ended up acting under disguise of wanting something serious, but ended up ghosting because I didn't want to hook up. Yeah. So most men are going to come off, the men that say serious commitment, relationship, X, Y, and Z, they're saying that under disguise. Why? Because they know most women are leading with that. So they're going to say, yeah, I want serious. Yeah, I want this, when they don't. They're just saying that shit so they can get what? Access, time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. So men are going to trick you. So men are going to yap, say shit to get access. But that's why you stay detached and you let them say shit, but you make sure that their actions match their words. Because if their actions don't match their words, they're lying, they're manipulating you. Okay? Can I get a friend to chat on WhatsApp here? No. When I mean peaceful, I think you described nervous system balance. Oh, that makes sense. I can get behind that. I like that you brought that to my attention because yes, maybe that is what men say. Maybe that's what men are saying, peace. Interesting. I like that. Thank you for that. How do I not get attached too quickly? By talking to multiple people and dating multiple people. The issue that you get attached too quickly is you're talking to one person and you're dating one person. So when you become a blueprint babe, you learn how to start. Who is that? Another babe hitting me up. Okay, another babe. Phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. I teach you the art of detachment, staying detached and observing investment behavior over time. Because that, for women, that's the hardest thing. I think that's just hard for people in general. But the more you learn detachment, it's a practice. It's literally a daily practice. The more that you practice it, the better and easier life is going to be for you. Not that life is easy, but the less you're attached to things when it falls out of your life, because nothing is forever, nothing is permanent in life. When you know that it's going to fall out, you're not going to hold on to it. You're not going to grieve as deeply. You're still going to grieve about things, but it's not going to be that earth-shattering, your world is completely crumbled. That's attachment. That's never a good feeling, is it? I know I don't like feeling that way. I also feel ashamed talking to others. It feels disloyal. How do I change that mindset? You literally make the decision to say okay, first and foremost, why are you being loyal to a stranger? Why would you ever be loyal to someone you've never even been on date 1 with? Why are you loyal to someone that you've only been on 1 or 2 dates with? They're not being loyal to you. Make it make sense, right? That's the issue with most women is you're like 10 years ahead when you're literally going on date 1. There's no loyalty on date 1. There's no love on date 1. There's no attachment on date 1. If there is, you got to check yourself. Okay? There's no reason to feel shame. Those are just excuses. Don't you make better decisions when you keep your options open? Yes. It's not even that you make better decisions, but you get to see better options, right? Because not everyone is going to be the best fit for you. So when you're talking to multiple people at a time, dating multiple people at a time, most of these things are not going to develop into anything. Most of them you're going to have 1, 2, maybe 3 dates with, if you're even lucky, because that's just dating. Most things don't materialize into anything unless it's a good fit, unless there's some sort of match there. But that's the beauty of dating. You just get to know people, you go out, you have fun, man invests in you, treats you like a queen. There's no attachment, there's no feelings, there's no this, there's no that. It's just you're going out and you're having fun. And then over time, if things go well, then that comes. Okay, he committed to invest for 3 months, but I want 2 extra months. Should I ask now or closer to then? He committed to invest for 3 months, but I want extra. Why would he only commit to investing for 3 months? What are you talking about? That's fucking weird. That's weird. Why would he only commit to 3 months? What? So if someone asks if I'm seeing anyone else, do I lie to them? No, you just say, yeah, I'm talking to and seeing other people, because that's the truth. Phase 2 of my system, you have safety protocols. That's part of the safety protocol. And the cool thing is that most men aren't even going to really ask you. Why? Because they're doing that too. They're already talking to other people. But the reason they're not going to say anything to you is because they don't want to bring that up about themselves. The only men who are going to bring that shit up are controlling men. Sorry, that's my dog. I'm scratching, getting ready for bed. Okay? You're probably going to blow it first 2 miles anyways. What are you talking about? I always ask you guys what you're talking about because my mind goes so much faster than the words coming out of my head or out of my mouth. So yeah, by the time it comes in the chat, I'm like, what? So how should I set up my dating app profile to attract them to invest? That's a great question, user. I teach you that in phase 1 of my system. I tell you exactly what pictures and what words to put into your profile that you immediately start attracting men. So let me show you one of my reviews because we have many. This is Melissa. She went the solo route, but now she's in the community. She said, I purchased the other day, have my bio up and getting some great matches. I redid my bio with the blueprint and my matches got so much better literally overnight. So that's the beauty of phase 1 of the system. Okay. The right pictures, right words, you're going to start attracting all types of men. Phase 2, I'm going to teach you how to vet for the gems. The men who are going to make life easy, keep your nervous system regulated, and going to invest on date 1. Phase 3 of the system's most important phase, staying detached and observing their investment signals behavior over time. That's the blueprint. Very, very simple to apply. Okay. So simple. Here's Meg. She says, the first time I read the plan, honestly, I thought, is this it? But the genius is in the simplicity. Using your system, I'm seeing a big increase in the number of matches. When you have more to pick from, the ones that don't work out for you are easy to dismiss. I wish all women had this. So phase 1 is your marketing phase. Phase 2, I teach you how to vet. Phase 3, I teach you how to stay detached. So if you're ready for my system, today you can go the solo route. I have a discount code. Normally it's $157. Today you get it for $127. Or you can join my community. You get the system, but you also get me, right? You get me helping you guide you through it. Anytime you have a question, anytime you want to text me, think about it that way. I'm just there going to be responding to you, guiding you. You also get a community of like-minded women going through the same journey, applying it. You get to see how I'm giving them that same tech support. And then we have weekly group coaching. That's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. That comes out to $2 a day. $2 a day for 6 months, or you get the one-time purchase, $127. Just make sure you use the discount code. If you become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. We had Kareen earlier, Kayla, and Melanie join us. So who else wants to join us, and what other questions do we have until then? If you're new here, please follow. Thank you so much for the follows. I go live a couple times a day. I post content every day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be posting about my date that I had tonight. That'll be fun. Do you offer support with insecurities while dieting in the lab? Yes. Yep. Anything. Thank you so much. Any type of support that you need, I'm there for you. I'm there to give you as much guidance as I can. And in addition to that, I create extra content for you. So if there's like a particular insecurity that you're dealing with, I start to create content to help support you. And it's not just content like me making more videos or TikToks. I literally go onto YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and find other creators talking about it to help support you. Because it's not just, you can't just learn from me, right? I like to create a really nice intellectual property, okay? And I'm sure that you can go and find stuff in there. There's a lot of women that I'm giving that one-on-one to. I would love to see you in the lab. So if you're interested, it is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system, you get weekly group coaching, one-on-one consulting. Okay, why would I want to invest in a woman? Okay, so this is exactly why I teach you ladies to date on the dating apps. These men are going to tell on themselves, right? If a man doesn't know why he would want to invest in a woman, he just doesn't understand, okay? He's not going to be the man for you. So he's immediately already told you, I don't know what I'm doing here on planet Earth. I don't know how to be a man. I don't even know why I'd invest in a woman. So what is he saying? Vet me out. Vet me out because I'm not a gem. Okay? Easy. I can't believe I wasn't following already. I can't believe that either. Thank you so much for the follow. What qualities should I look out for to ensure someone will invest in me? It's not necessarily about qualities. Okay? One quality, generosity, right? But you want to vet for it. Okay? You're going to turn on his masculine switch so he can actually just start doing it for you. So it's not just qualities, it's communication. And that's what I teach you in phase 2. So you figure out and start vetting for these gems. He should invest in men then. Exactly. If he doesn't know why he'd invest in a woman, he probably already is investing in his homeboys. They're telling on themselves who to stay away from. Exactly. And that's exactly why I teach you and I tell you, you need to be on the dating apps. Most dating coaches, again, I'm not a dating coach. I'm a certified health and wellness coach. But you're out there. You've heard dating coaches. All of them are talking shit about dating apps. Why? Because they don't know how to fucking use them. So they'd rather talk shit about them like people talk shit about TikTok. Oh, it's just an app with kids dancing on it. And that's what I used to think. Until a woman that I used to work with who was in her mid to late 50s was on fucking TikTok. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing on TikTok? Changed my life. Literally changed my life. I love TikTok. I don't know what took me so long to get over here. Okay? But you know why? It's what people were saying. It's what people were saying. Misconceived notions. So a lot of dating coaches are talking a lot of shit about dating apps when I've had so many amazing quality men that I've met off of dating apps. Amazing dates. Seriously, my date tonight. Nice, great. Queen treatment. I can't complain, okay? Cannot complain. He said 3 months to help me out with my costs, and after that, he would have to see if he can help me. That may be like more of his financial situation. I'm still wanting on 2 more months. Should I limit access now since he's limiting his help already? Yeah, I would. TikTok is the greatest thing that happened to me since AOL. Yeah, for real. No joke. I would have to agree. I was on AOL. I grew up on dial-up. I was in AOL chat rooms. And it literally feels like a modern version of AOL in a weird way. Weird way. I love it. I prefer it in-person meeting, but I've heard some like the dating apps. Yeah. So it's a modern dating economy. You're going to be doing it out in the wild, but you also need to be out on the apps. You're on the internet right now. The men out in the wild are the men on social media and on the dating apps. You just need to vet for quality. And since it's a numbers game, you can't really get your numbers up in the wild. You can go post up somewhere, and how many men are going to talk to you? Mostly one man. Why? Because he's going to want to take all of your resources, time, attention, validation, physical presence. And then you're talking to a man all night who is stealing your resources, and you don't even know if he's going to invest in you. Or you've just given him access to your phone number, because how else is he going to get in contact with you? Or even worse, you've given him access to your social media. Okay. So you get to pick and choose. Regardless, my system works on men. Because the men out on the dating apps are the men out in the wild. Okay. It even works if you're in a relationship. Why? Because you're in a relationship with a man. Okay. What time is it where you are? Here, it's almost 1:30. It's 2:17 where I am. All right. So if you are ready to become a Blueprint Babe, choose your adventure. If you go the solo route, it is normally $157, but today you have a discount code for $30 off. So it's $127 one-time purchase, or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So that is $2 a day. You get the system, but you also get group coaching with me. You get my guidance. Think about it as if you're texting me. Anytime you have a question, you want to share a screenshot, anything, I'm there to support you. I was catfished so bad. The only one I wanted to talk to about it was her. That's funny. Yeah, the thing is that men catfish too. Okay, men and women catfish. I don't know why they still do it to this day. No joke. I had a man match with me that was using, are you guys familiar with Aiden Ross? What is he, like a streamer or something? I think he's like a streamer. I don't know. Whatever. I know his name's Aiden Ross. I know who he is. I don't know exactly what he does. I think he's a streamer. Anyways, I had a man using Aiden Ross pictures that match with me. The only reason why I matched with him is because I clearly knew it was a catfish. Yeah, he's a streamer. He's cute, but that, I will say I officially became a cougar this year, and I wouldn't say like the streamer type, but like the young guys with money are my type. They're very attracted to me. That was my Cash App babe. My Cash App babe, he was I think he's in like his mid to early 20s, has an e-commerce business, took me out, wined and dined me, Indian dinner. But before we even met, he told me he wanted to spoil me. He asked for my Cash App. He literally Cash Apped me a total of $500. Okay. They're out there. They're out there. They're out there. Okay. So if you're ready for my system, and if you do become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. I got to go take my dog out really quick, but I will be right back. Okay. Drop your questions in the chat. If you do need to become a Blueprint Babe, the link, you can tap the Service Plus, or you can tap my icon. The link is in my bio, and I'll be right back. You need to go pee? Yeah, let's go pee. Hi, baby. Yeah. Can you go pee? Yeah, let's go pee. Oh, I should upload that. Gentle. All right. All done. Good boy. Do you need some water? Nope. I'll give you some fresh water. Okay. What other questions do we have? Why did I what the Cash App man? Well, why did I leave the Cash App man? I didn't leave him. We just had one date. So most dates, like I said, when you're dating people, normally it doesn't like progress or like materialize, right? So when we connected, he had already communicated like he just wanted to go out on a date. He was not looking for anything serious. He's very focused on his work and building his business. He had communicated that he's not interested in dating women his age because they need too much, they don't know what they want, and are very demanding on his time and focus. And he was looking for a mature woman who gets it and wasn't looking for a relationship, which when I started dating younger men, I knew that it probably wasn't going to materialize into anything. So I decided, okay, if I'm going to allow men access, that they need to be at a very high caliber. And that man was. So we had one really nice date. He ends up texting me saying, you're so great. This was so great. He hadn't been out on a date, I think, from what he said, like 8-9 months. Because he's just a homebody building his business. So that's what happened with that. Not all dates are going to materialize. Okay? You're going to have a good time, a nice connection. Like there's nothing necessarily wrong or bad, but there's just not enough. There's just not enough there. Okay? And that's what happens when you're dating. You're going to go out, meet some people, but that was a really great experience. I've never had a man give me that much money before a first date, ever. Okay? In fact, it took my ex-boyfriend maybe a month and a half until he started giving me cash. If that Cash App babe ended up continuing on, he was already outpacing my ex-boyfriend. My ex-boyfriend gave me $5,000 cash and bills paid. This guy gave me $500. Okay? Already outpacing him. Would have been cool to like continue that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he seemed like an okay guy. I wasn't crazy about how he runs his business, but you know, but it is what it is. And that's the beauty of dating. There's no reason to get attached to people when you only have one date. Just let the experience be what it is. And then if it develops into something else, then that's cool. But date 1 will always be a preview to date 2, 3, 4, the relationship, marriage. So don't you want queen treatment date 1? Because if they're not treating you right date 1, it's not going to get any better. In fact, 9 times out of 10, it goes downhill. Especially once you're in a relationship or marriage, because they feel like they don't have to work as hard. Why? Because they have you and all your resources. They don't have to try to get you off the market. They've already done it successfully. Okay, so who is ready for my system? Choose your adventure. You can do the one-time purchase solo adventure. You can apply the system on your own. Tonight, with the discount code, it's $127. I'm updating the system, right? I'm updating the blueprint. So you're going to get blueprint 1.0, get amazing results. But as I continue to work and update to 2.0, you're going to get 2.0 for free, okay? Because you've already invested in the system. But once 2.0 comes up, that discount code is going to disappear. Right now, it's just as I'm working on 2.0. But once 2.0 is finished, the price is $157. The price for my community will always stay at $57 as of right now. As of right now, it's $57. I don't want to say forever, but as of right now. So the cool thing about the community is you get the blueprint, the system, but you also get me helping you apply it. Anytime you need guidance, questions, you want your profile analyzed, you want anything, whatever you want, I'm there. And I also create extra content to support you on your journey. So this week, I'm creating a lot of content on staying in your feminine energy and also how to stay detached. But what other questions do we have? Drop them in the chat. How was my date tonight? It was good. These are the flowers that he bought me. Nice, pretty flowers. And then we went out. I had steak. He had lobster. It was a nice date. We have a date tentative for Saturday as well. So I will say this guy will probably be he will be the first guy that I'd be going on a second date with. So I've only been on 4 dates. So I'm averaging like a date a month. But that's my choice. Not that I don't have plenty of options. That's not the issue. The issue is that I'm just really picky. Really, really picky. Okay, what other questions do we have? Drop your questions in the chat. If you do become a Blueprint Babe, make sure you let me know in the chat too, because I want to welcome you. How to make him invest in you on the first date. Easy, honey, easy. So let me tell you about my first date tonight, right? Do you do long distance dating? I had a babe that was, like for me, it was long distance. I live in the Tampa Bay area. He lived in Sarasota. So it's like an hour and a half away. It's possible. Okay, so how do you invest in him date 1? Okay, so first and foremost, you have to know how to attract this man. Phase 1 of my system, I teach you how to attract men who are going to invest. Phase 2, I teach you how to turn on his masculine switch and start vetting. Is he going to invest? Is he going to make your life easier? Is he going to keep your nervous system regulated? Meaning he's not going to dysregulate it, do scary shit, stressing you out, all those things, okay? Those are the type of men that are worth giving access to your phone number. They're worth seeing your resources to them. Time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie if you want to, right? If they're investing on date 1, you need to turn on their masculine switch. I teach you that in phase 2. So for my date tonight, I had the right pictures, the right words in my profile. I attracted this man, okay? Tonight, what we were originally going to do was go out to this art gallery, but it closed at 4 and we weren't meeting until 7. So we decided to go out to dinner. Normally, I don't do dinner on first dates. It's very boring to me and it's high calorie. So I just don't do that. Tonight, since things weren't working out, we're going out, I wanted to stay closer to home. So there's a steak restaurant. We went out for steak. Here's a gentleman, picked me up, opened my door, bought me flowers. But if I didn't turn on his masculine switch, none of this would be going on. Because most men aren't people who buy flowers on the first date. You have to turn on their switch. You have to vet for them and you have to communicate. And I teach you all of that in the blueprint. So you can choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase tonight. Solo adventure, you can apply the system on your own. Normally it's $157, but I have a discount code for you. You can get $30 off tonight. So it's $127. Or you can join my community. You get the system, but you also get me guiding you and helping you apply it. Anytime you have a question, want to share a screenshot, you need a script, anything like that to help you navigate, I'm there. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So one-time purchase, $127. 6-month commitment, $57 a month, which averages out to $2 a day. So choose your adventure. And let me know what other questions you have. Drop it in the chat. If you do become a Blueprint Babe, let me know. I want to make sure that I welcome you. So getting them to invest, it's not hard. The thing is that not all men are going to invest. But you're going to attract all types of men. Men who are going to invest, men who are not going to invest. The issue is that you need to vet for the ones that will. And the ones that will, then they get access to your phone number. Then they get access to a date. The men who aren't going to invest, you're going to vet those men out. They're not going to get your phone number. They're not going to get a date. They lose out. But if you don't know what man is what and how to vet and how to determine who's going to do what, you're going to end up wasting a lot of time accepting dates from men who aren't going to invest. Okay, what other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat. And if you do become a Blueprint Babe, let me know. I want to make sure that I welcome you. So what is the importance of roster dating? Let me tell you a snapshot of why roster dating worked perfectly for me this week. Okay. So I said, I have my date tonight. Okay. This man on Thursday, okay, bought me the flowers, complete gentleman, took me out for steak. If I wasn't roster dating, this date probably wouldn't have happened. I would have been talking to one man, dating one man at a time. So if I was talking to one man at a time, dating one man at a time, what would have happened was last Thursday, a week ago, I had a tentative date with a man to go out for steak. What did he do? What some men do. They disappear the day of the date. You don't hear from them. And then they hit you up the day after. Like, where the fuck were you? Right? Again, the date was tentative. Whatever. Anyways, did I get in my feelings? No. Did I get all upset? No. I just saw it for what it was. And I was like, okay, well, obviously this isn't happening. Guess what? I ended up buying my own steak that night. Totally fine. One man out. Okay. Tuesday, I had another date scheduled with a different man. This man bought me some stuff from Trader Joe's and bought me some flowers. When he was on his way, he was like, hey, hate to do this, but are you available tomorrow? I told him no. Okay. Why? Well, he says that his brother's car died, so he had to go pick his brother up. I was only able to see him between 7 and 9. He wasn't going to make it. So that day fell out. Okay. I wanted steak. I bought my own steak. I really wanted flowers, didn't get flowers. Thursday, one man did something that two men weren't able to do. Okay? That's the beauty of roster dating. You're no longer getting attached to men. If things fall through, it is what it is. You just keep your life moving. You keep vetting until the men who can actually make it and actually show up, show up. Okay? It's that simple. But if you're not talking to multiple men, if you're not dating multiple men, you're not going to get what you want. You're actually going to be settling. You don't want to settle, do you? Don't you want queen treatment? Date one? Because the thing is about date one, it's a preview to the relationship. So if you're not setting up the introductory phase for queen treatment date one, it's not going to get any better. But most women think that, oh, well, let me give him more of my resources and then eventually I'll ask and he'll start giving me. No, what you're teaching him what to do is rob you blind. You're literally teaching him to go into a store, take everything that he wants, and just leave without paying. And you're teaching him to do that over and over and over again, and you've let him do that 100 times, and then you're all of a sudden saying, I want you to invest now. And he's going to be like, wait, you want me to pay for this? I've never had to pay for this. I've never had to wine and dine you. I've never had to buy you flowers. Why are you wanting this now? Okay. And then you're in that situation, like, well, how do I get him to do this? It's going to be a little tricky because you didn't set it up right. You didn't vet. You didn't make sure that he was a gem, because most men aren't. Most men are not going to invest in you. Most men are not going to make your life easier. Most men are going to dysregulate your nervous system. They're going to stress you out. They're going to put you in scary situations. They're going to do crazy ass shit, which means they're not a provider and they're not a protector. So why are you dating them? Why would you ever give a man who is not a bare bones basic man, standard man, provider, protector, why would you give him access to your phone number? Why would you entertain him on date one? Why would you give him your resources for free? But that's what most women are doing. That's what most women are doing, a past version of myself included. I don't do that shit anymore. My standard, date one, they pick me up, they drive me, they open my door, they buy me flowers, and we go out to whatever it is that we're doing. And normally it's not going out to dinner because I don't like to do dinner date one. It's boring. The only reason I did it tonight is because what we wanted to do, thank you so much, I love flowers, the art exhibit was closed. So I chose to say yes to dinner. And so much so that this man ends up laughing at me. Why? Because I told him when he offered me dinner, like most men do, I said, no, that's boring. So then what did he say? Well, let's go indoor rock climbing. I said, I don't do that shit. No. So then what did he say? Let me take you to this art exhibit. I said, okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Didn't happen, but that's okay. Okay. I still went on the date, still got beautiful flowers, had a really nice steak dinner, and we're going to do something that's still up my alley on Sunday or on Saturday. Still in the art thing, right? You're in the Discord. Yay! Welcome, Blueprint Babe, Angelique. Welcome, welcome. Have fun because there's so much content in there. Just scroll into the chat. Scroll, 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 honey. So we got another Blueprint Babe in the house. I'm so excited to have you, Angelique. Or Angelique. Yes, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm so bad with names. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I'm dyslexic or just like I'm self-conscious about pronouncing it wrong. I need someone serious from Africa, ready for marriage. I'm 50 years old of age, USA. Okay. Well, men who are 50 years old looking for marriage outside of the country are normally men who aren't winning the game in America. And by that age, if they're rushing marriage, it's because they need a caretaker. Okay. Men will tell on themselves. Am I 100% accurate in that read? I'm going to say 90%. Yeah, I'm so excited that you're in the Discord. Okay, so who else is going to join us? We got so many Blueprint babes joining us tonight. That's so exciting. So now we have Angelique. We had Melanie earlier. We had Kayla. No, not Kayla. We had Kareen and not Kayla. What is Kelsey? Kelsey. Okay, so you're in the Discord. I'm so excited to have you. Have fun. There's so much content there. All right, so who else is going to join us? You can join the community like Angelique. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system, but you pretty much you get to text me whenever you want, okay? I will say I'm not a morning person, so you're probably not going to get text until later in the afternoon and late at night. Okay. However, sometimes in the morning, I'll start putting in the content, whatever I'm putting in for the day. So like for tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about my date, right? I'm going to be sharing a little bit of that. I'm probably going to be putting in some more content too tomorrow on feminine energy, which is tomorrow, Friday. We have group coaching Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Or if you're not interested in the extra support, you can apply the system on your own. It's a one-time purchase. Tonight, normally it's $157, but I have a discount code for you. $30 off, so you get it for $127. Why? Well, because right now I am working on updating the blueprint. 2.0 is coming around the corner. I'm just refining it. I'm adding a little bit more into it to really give you a nice, solid structure. I mean, you're already going to get results for what it is right now. Blueprint babes are getting immediate, overnight, life-changing results. Those are their words, not mine. So choose your adventure. One-time purchase, $127, or you can join the community. 6-month commitment, $57 a month. It's like $2 a day. Okay. What other questions do we have? If you do become a Blueprint babe, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. And until then, what other questions do we have? What other questions do we have? If you're not following yet, please follow. I go live every couple times a day. Normally, I'm on pretty late at night, though. And I do content pretty much every day as well. Yes. This week, I actually expanded out onto other channels. So you can find me at the same handle, Her Quantum Self, over on Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. You're like, oh, thank you so much. If you like these pajamas, it's actually in my showcase. I don't normally sell on my showcase, but these pajamas are really nice and comfy, and they're stretchy too. I really love them. I have them in green and red and black. Love them. Very, very comfortable. I used to actually work for Abrege, which is pretty much this company, kind of like a knockoff of them. Abrege is the first company that did this like white outline in PJs. Now I feel like everybody does it. Okay. All right, so what other questions do we have? Yeah, these PJs are so comfortable. I freaking love them. I love a nice PJ set. Alrighty, so what other questions do we have? If you're ready to become a Blueprint babe, choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase tonight with the discount code $127, or you can join the community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get the system, but you also get group coaching, and you get to pretty much text me anytime. Drop your questions in any of the channels in the Discord, and I'm there to respond to it. You have so much content already in there to binge. The cool thing is too, is that other women, you get to see how I'm giving them guidance as well. So you get to learn from their particular situation. It's a lot of fun. My favorite days are group coaching days. It's so fun just to, hang out, get to talk to each other, hear how your week has been, how you're applying the system, what guidance that you need. Because that's what that's there for. The thing that most women are getting out of the blueprint is they're raising their standards. They're raising their standards. I think most women have an issue with raising their standards because they're scared. You're scared to communicate your standards. You're scared to see how men are going to react. Some men are not going to react well. But when you know that, you're not scared of it anymore. You're like, okay, well, clearly you're not the one, so you're out. Let me find someone else. Because literally in this past week, what my date was able to do for me today, flowers and a steak dinner, I had 2 men that were supposed to do that for me this past week. Last Thursday, literally a week ago, I had a tentative date scheduled to go get steak with this guy. I don't hear from him all day. He hits me up the following day. Okay? That night, I ended up buying my own steak. I wanted steak. I was going to get it regardless. Bought my own steak. That didn't happen. That man falls off. Tuesday, I had another date scheduled. Okay? This man bought me some stuff from Trader Joe's and some flowers. He ends up calling me texting me saying, hey, can I reschedule for tomorrow? I got to go pick up my brother. His car died. What did I say? Nope. I don't have time tomorrow. So that one fell off. By Thursday, 1 man, I got steak and my flowers. And that's all I wanted this past week. Okay? So if you're not roster dating, talking to multiple men at a time, dating multiple men at a time, if that 1 man just didn't show up for his date, you'd probably be in your feelings. And then you'd be in your feelings for who knows how long, and then you're in this dip, and it's going to take you a while to get back out on the market. Instead of just staying detached, observing, being like, okay, well, he didn't do it. All right, not him, he's not it. Not him, he's not it. On Tuesday, this man had bought the stuff, just life happened. No reason to take it personal, okay? That sucks that he bought all that stuff and I didn't get to see him. I really wanted flowers on Tuesday. That's why I said yes to the date. That's fine. 2 days later, I still get my flowers. And I got another steak. You can't make that shit up. You can't even be mad at it. Why am I going to be mad at a man who's not going to show up? Why am I going to get in my feelings for a man who ain't shit? Fuck that. I got 10 more where that one came from. 100 more where that one came from. No joke. No joke. One dating app, 2,300 matches. Will you get to that? I mean, if you want to. You don't have to, though. The reason I have that is I create content and I collect data. It's not because I'm going out on dates with all these men or that I'm interested in them. Most of them don't qualify. But when you have my system, you're going to be able to figure out which ones are for you and not for you. You learn to stay detached. You're not going to get in your feelings as much. You're going to understand that this is life. This is the nature of dating. And instead of getting in your feelings, taking things personally, you stay detached and be like, okay, this is how it's playing out. This is how it's playing out. Okay, so if you're ready for my system, it's a one-time purchase with the discount code tonight, $127. Or you can join the community like Angelique did just moments ago. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. You get my system, but you also get guidance from me, just personalized guidance on your particular situation. You get extra content, you get weekly group coaching. So what other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat. Drop your questions in the chat. Let me update this. So as I mentioned, I have expanded over onto Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Oh, Instagram, I'm on TikTok right now. What am I talking about? Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. So for YouTube, what I'm doing now is downloading my lives, and now they're long format on YouTube. So I'm going to hang out with you guys for a bit longer. Drop your questions in the chat. I'm actually going to upload my live from earlier today. Luca, leave it alone, please. You want to show mommy? Don't be licking. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. Tonight has been so fun. So fun. So let me know, who's on the apps? Are you on the dating apps? Are you dating at all? What are you up to? Those are those 3 from yesterday. Where is this thing? And if you do become a Blueprint Babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. You have a date tomorrow? Yay! What are you guys doing? What are you doing? Sometimes dates are so fun with the right people. With the wrong people, it just feels like a drag. It feels like another thing to do. And especially if you're getting queen treatment date 1, like, it's hard not to say no. It's hard not to say no. It's a first date. That's exciting. Did you hear from him today at all or no? Okay, good. That's a good sign. So what are your plans? What are you guys doing? This one. I think this was from today. This guy has already asked for a second date on Saturday, so we'll see if that happens. I will say this would be the first guy that I'm going on a second date with since roster dating. All of them have been like one and dones. Just not developed into anything, which is fine, whatever. Like I'm not necessarily I don't have like an end game in mind at this point. I'm just kind of living life, you know? I'm just living life, honey, living life. And then if one of these idiots convinces me to get off the market and marry him, then we'll have a little TikTok story for that. But until then, no. Hi, babe. How are you doing, Laura? I was good. Look. He did good, didn't he? Pretty. So, yeah, it was great. Picked me up. Standard. Gentleman picked me up, bought me flowers. We went out. I got steak. He got lobster. It was good. He's already asked me for a second date, so we'll see how that goes on Saturday. Yeah. Normally I don't go too quickly on second dates either, but he seems like an okay dude, and mostly like I want to go where he's inviting me. So that's an easy yes for me. Yeah, he did a good job. I love sunflowers, and he said he really liked the roses, so cool. We shall see. Again, I'm not like, whatever happens at this point. I'm so Gucci, I can't even tell you. If I don't hear from him ever again, okay, whatever. I'm going to enjoy my flowers until they die, and then I'm going to get another man to buy me some new ones, like I just did with him, okay? Whatever. But once you're a Blueprint Babe, that's just life, right? That's literally how you start moving. You're like, okay. Because you can't control outcomes. We just can't, as women, we can't control outcomes as much as we want to control things and hope and make things happen. You just can't. Exactly. Staying detached. Yep. That's the name of the game. Staying detached. Staying detached, because let's face it, being attached sucks. It's just such an icky feeling. Now that I've lived my life from this place, knowing how it used to feel being attached, that like, I don't even know what the word is. It's just not a good feeling. Going to some nice restaurants and 90K, what else to do? Nice. I love that. Yeah, I mean, restaurants are, pretty basic, standard date. At least he's taking you to a nice restaurant. That's good. That's investment. That's investment. I love that. Yeah, because most of these men, gym, walk, coffee, drink, apps, ice cream. Oh my gosh, that's a new one. I totally forgot about it. Do you know how many men offered to take me to go get ice cream? What? That's a new one this year. I'll say that. I feel like the younger guys are the ice cream guys. They're the ice cream guys and the like marry me guys. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Because even when I was that age, men weren't like saying, "Oh, marry me," with the love bombing. But that tells me that women that age are falling for that shit. Clearly, because of I can't with these dudes. They know women fall in love. They just gotta yap, 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 tell you exactly what you want to hear, and then they get what they want. Access. Okay? Stop with that shit. I know that game, honey. I know that game. Nah, I'm not playing. Nah, no. I don't think so. What was that? Thursday, August 20th. We're going to do this at 2 p.m. I think that's what it was. No, this is not made for kids. Okay, what other questions do we have? If you're ready to become a Blueprint Babe, choose your adventure. Tonight, it is a one-time purchase with the discount code $127. Or you can join my community like Angelique just did moments ago. Thank you so much. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So choose your adventure, one-time purchase, $127 with the discount code, or join the community. 6-month commitment, $57 a month. And as Robert earlier did the math for us, it's like $2 a day. I never did the math. I appreciate him doing that math. I don't even know why I didn't even think about doing that math, but that's cool to know. Literally costs less than my coffee. My coffee at Wawa is like $3. $3. And I do that almost every day. I do. Man, Wawa coffee is just so good. It's just so good. Okay. Uploading video. All right. You want to hear something funny? So, part of like my safety protocols, you don't give out your real phone number. So none of the men on my roster have my real phone number, but I don't know how it is that like social media has your phone number linked to it. So they're finding my social media, even though they don't have my real name or my real phone number. And one of the babes that I added on my roster where it didn't turn into anything. We actually like didn't even talk, go on a date, nothing like that. He found my Instagram. He's following my Instagram. And now that I'm doing all of my like roster content, he's liking it, all this stuff. And it's like, bro, you know, and now you're seeing the content and you're liking it. I can't make this shit up. I had another babe find my TikTok because I gave him my Cash App. What did he do? He threw that shit in fucking Google and I popped up. Okay. I popped up. How do you communicate with them then ahead of meeting up? What do you mean? Oh, they have a phone number. They just have a burner. It's just a fake phone number. It's not real. So I still communicate with them. They just don't have my real phone number. That's all. But now they're starting to find my social media, so that's going to be fun. I had another guy before I started roster dating, even before my ex-boyfriend, he had my phone number. I ended up blocking him because no reason. I just didn't want to talk to him anymore. Oh, yeah, I said that out loud. I blocked him for no fucking reason. Don't yuck my yum. I liked it, okay? Anyways, long story short, he found me on Facebook. He was watching my stories. And we had just recently rematched on the dating app. And I don't know. He's just not the vibe, so I unmatched him. And that's when, a couple days later, he found my Facebook. It's fun. There's no reason to get in your feelings when you could just like block them. Like, even if you don't, like, nothing's wrong with him. Literally nothing was wrong with him. I was just like, yeah, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm done. Some of these men get in their feelings. You want to hear another story from today? This is another one. Do you know how many stories I have because of all these idiots? So funny. Today I had another guy rematch with me. I knew he looked familiar, so I figured that we had matched before. But because I match with so many men now, like, I don't remember the conversations that I'm having with them. But that may be a problem in the future, depending on what I've said to these men. Because this man very much remembered me. Apparently I told him he was boring, because clearly he was, right? He was trying to play me, right? Saying, oh, I've been really wanting to take a cougar out. When are you free? So I said, oh, where are you taking me out? And then he starts going off like, oh, all you said was I was boring. I'm not fucking taking you anywhere. Get the fuck out of here. And you know what I said to him immediately? I was like, look at you being boring again. I was like, there you go, being boring again. Like this, he unmatched me. He didn't like. He walked right into that too. I was like, bruh, you set yourself up for that shit. That was an easy setup. Easy. So yeah, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Because some of these men I'll just like go off on. I really like rag on them. This guy, I just called him boring and he was in his feelings about it. Please. If you're going to be in your feelings about me calling you boring, you should not be dating. Oh well. He remembered me though. I'm sure he's going to remember me for a long time. I love being able to do that for men. Girl, these online men crazy as fuck. Some of them can be. Yeah, some of them. That guy was an idiot. Most of them don't act that way. Even if I call them boring, most of the time these men, if I call them boring, they'll try to like step it up and try to prove me otherwise. Other men are little bitches and then they hold grudges like this guy. I loved it. It was so funny. He probably thought he ate with that shit, but as soon as I said, there you go, being boring again, he didn't expect me to come. He didn't expect that comeback because how quick he unmatched me. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. I love that shit. It's so funny. So funny to me. But that's the beauty of dating. When you're roster dating and you're staying detached, it's all fun. It's all fun and games. Because that's life. Really. That's life. Okay. I just got off the phone with one. He was playing drums for me. Oh. I don't know how you can do that. Drums? Oh, speaking of. So this guy, I don't see it long term unless something really, really like great happens. But one of the things that he was telling me, like he studied zoology, but he has a lot of like, not a lot of animals, but he has like animals that like most people would be freaked out about. Like he has snakes and mice, and he said a guinea pig. I don't know. But the whole snakes and mice thing, I was like, ooh. I was like, I don't get it. I'm like, I just don't get it. He's like, I don't expect you to get it. And I was like, yeah, that's not for me. So if it ever became long term, I'm definitely not living with that person because I don't want snakes or mice in my house. Nope. That's an immediate no. So we'll see. He has a kid too. There's that as well. So I don't know. As of right now, it's chill. But that's what part of staying detached is. If a past version of me was seeing this person, only talking to him, I'd be more attached and I would not be looking at it the way I am. I wouldn't be looking at it the way I am. Does he feed the mice to the snake? I'd assume so. I didn't ask. I'm not going to yuck people's young. I don't get reptiles, so. Don't get it. But again, you know, he studied zoology, and I was like, yeah, okay, I get that, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know. He was cool though, in the sense of like, he works for a company that I'm familiar with. I was in the same industry. And it was funny when he said that. I was like, no shit. I was like, he didn't recognize my company's name, but he had told me, he's like, no one has ever, anytime I've told them who it is, no one knows who that is. I was like, well, I was in the industry, so of course I know who that is. So that was an interesting little similarity. He's all right. Yeah, for a stranger. It's crazy though. Once you start staying detached, that's kind of how you feel. You're just like, he's all right. Instead of being like, oh my God, he's my future husband, you know? And that, I like that feeling a lot better because that feels more real than thinking a stranger is going to be your future husband. I mean, of course, a stranger will potentially be your future husband, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a stranger sitting right in front of you. Okay. Alrighty, so who else is ready to become a Blueprint Babe? Drop it in the chat if you do become a Blueprint Babe. Tonight, with the discount code, it is a one-time purchase of $127. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So that comes out to $2 a day. $2 a day. So drop your questions in the chat if you have any. And if you do become a Blueprint Babe, let me know. I want to make sure that I welcome you. Until then, what other questions do we have? What other questions do we have? All right. Thanks for hanging out. What are you guys all up to besides chilling with me? I think I'm going to roll up because it's about that time. It's about that time. I haven't smoked all day, actually. I haven't smoked all day. I go back and forth between wanting to quit and not. Not that I don't want to say I want to quit. I don't know. It's just this back and forth. This back and forth that I have with myself. I enjoy it, but then I don't enjoy it. And I enjoy it, and then I don't enjoy it. What are good topics for a first date? Oh. I don't know, honestly. I don't think about stuff like that. I just kind of like go with the flow. I think for women, the most important thing to do is listen, because men tell on themselves, right? So like tonight, he told on himself. I didn't know he had a kid. I learned he had a kid tonight. I think that's the most important thing. It's just like let him talk. I answer his questions, right? If they're appropriate questions. You don't have to answer all the questions. True, be observant. Yep. I'm naturally an observant person. I'm naturally like a listener. I like to learn about people. I know that that's not everybody's quality, but people like to talk about themselves. Everybody likes to talk about themselves. So if you can be the type of person to let someone talk about themselves, one, you get a lot of data. And two, you don't have to do too much. You just have to sit there and, for the most part, at least pretend that you're listening, Try to remember some stuff. But like tonight, what did we talk about? We talked about work, like what we both do career-wise. We talked about his son. We talked about relationships. We talked about the dating market, like how dating is, men and women, how men feel about women in this market and vice versa. What else did we talk about? We talked about school, where we both went to school, what we studied. We talked a little bit about family, like siblings, stuff like that. Yeah, super basic. Nothing like out of the norm. Oh, we talked about our potential date on Saturday. That's about it. Super basic. Nothing like crazy out of the ordinary. Yeah. Cool. Right. So what other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat, and if you're ready to become a Blueprint Babe, choose your adventure. One-time purchase with the discount code $127, or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. That's like $2 a day. So you get the system, but you also, it's like texting me anytime you have a question, you need guidance, anything like that, I'm there to support you. I also create extra content to, support your journey. How to be, stay in your feminine, turn on his masculine switch, how to stay detached, first and foremost. Last week, I did a lot of content around detachment. This week, we're talking a lot about staying in your feminine. But normally, I start creating content based on what happens in our group calls. So what tends to happen is a lot of women are kind of going through something very similar. There's like a similar theme that's going on, and then that's where the content gets created. Because that's clearly where the community, the Blueprint Babes, are needing a little bit extra. And when you need a little bit extra, sometimes you need to hear it in different ways from different creators. So I find different YouTube, TikToks, Instagram, all the things. All the things. And the cool thing is since we're over on Discord, it's a chat. So any women that I've given coaching to, right, given that one-on-one guidance, you get to see that. You get to see all the content. It lives there forever. And what do I offer? For what? What do you mean? The system? Or are you asking what do I offer as a woman? Because those are two very different questions. Those are two very different questions. Alrighty, so drop your questions in the chat. And if you do become a Blueprint Babe, let me know, because I want to make sure that I welcome you. Okay. So this week I did expand over onto new platforms. My Instagram account had been like dead for years. I have all of my old content on it though, because I'm a certified health and wellness coach. My entire Instagram is pretty much all health and wellness stuff and my life in Miami. So that's all still hanging out. I'm just like adding my roster dating content to it. So it's interesting to see like all my old coworkers that I used to work with at MAC Cosmetics and like just random ass people seeing my stories and stuff like that. Cause, you know, especially like coworkers that I haven't spoken to in like years. But whatever. It's time to expand. Especially because, you know, this content is so valuable and we've become an international group of women, all ages, all ethnicities. And if women on TikTok are finding value in this, women everywhere will. And I want to make sure that I'm able to let everybody know. Because it's not necessarily like a new way of dating, but it definitely is a mindset shift. It's a mindset shift. Okay, so what other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat. If you're ready to become a Blueprint Babe, or if you do, let me know. It's a one-time purchase, $127 with the discount code, or you can join the community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. And that's like $2 a day. All right, so what other questions do we have? We can just chill. We don't have to yap if we don't want to. If you expect flowers on the first date, what do you expect on the second date? That's such a great question. To be honest, I don't know, because this is a new standard for me. Even with my ex-boyfriend that I attracted with my system, he didn't give me queen treatment date 1. So now this is my new standard with all of my new babes, but this guy is the first guy I'm going on a second date with. Everybody else was just a first date. So second date, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'll have him buy me something when I'm like out at the Mosey Museum. Maybe they'll have like some merch. Maybe I'll ask for that. Yeah, he bought flowers. Look. You did a good job, huh? I think these are so pretty too. I've never seen these purple flowers before. But you did a really good job. My last date did a good job too. He had like really nice colorful flowers that I have pinned. I'll show you. Let's see. Where's my TikTok? Oh, that's right. I'm using this thing now. Yeah, I have to start thinking. What am I going to ask for on date 2? Well, I think maybe like, I'm sure they'll have some like merch where we're going or something like that. We're going to hopefully if they still have tickets, he needs to still see. The Mosey Museum, they're doing some like Alan Watts something or other, he was saying. I really like Alan Watts, so as soon as he said Mosey and Alan Watts, I said yes. Hi, David. How are you? How's it going? So these are the flowers from my other date like a month ago. He did a pretty good job too. I think this guy did a great job as well. And then my Cash App babe, he bought me these. The blooms are falling. They used to be fuller. As soon as I said it too, look. We got 2 blooms to enjoy. These are going to be gone in a minute. My ex-boyfriend, he bought me this orchid. I don't have any blooms on it right now, but it has really big, pretty pink blooms. And then you can kind of see it behind me, but the flowers right there, those are Lego flowers for my ex-boyfriend. So the museum was his idea. Yeah. Putting the girls on game. You know how we do around here, David. Yeah, the museum was his idea, which is cool because I could tell that he was listening to my interests, because when I was vetting him, his first date offer was dinner, and I told him that's boring, because it is. His second date offer was indoor rock climbing. I don't do that shit. So I said no. And then his third date was to this art, or what is it? Glass blowing museum. We were supposed to go and do that tonight, but they closed at 4 and we weren't meeting until 7. So we ended up doing dinner tonight. And then while we were having dinner, he brought this to my attention, which is so cool. I didn't even know that that was even going on. And that's something that I'm very interested in doing. So I said, yeah. Hopefully they still have tickets, because that would be so cool. So cool. So it was nice to know that clearly he was listening to what I'm into, and that's why he offered it. Because he's familiar with Alan Watts, so that's cool that he knows who Alan Watts is, but I don't know if he would have done that naturally on his own. I had let him know too that, are you guys familiar with Banksy, the artist, the graffiti artist? Banksy has an art exhibit, or his art is being showcased here in Tampa. So I let him know that that's something that I'd be interested in. And he said that he'd be willing to take me to do that too. Yeah. Did he try to kiss you? He didn't try, but he asked for a peck, and I gave him a little peck. Nothing like serious. Yeah, Banksy. Banksy's super cool. So I saw some of Banksy's pieces when I went to Art Basel. Funny enough, another date I met on a dating app when I was living in Miami. He's an architect, and he took me to Art Basel. That was like one of maybe our first date, if not second date, maybe. No, that was our second date. Our first date, he took me, we were in Bal Harbor. We went to Pura Vida, and then we went to Aventura Mall. That was our first date, and then he took me to Art Basel. We had 2-day tickets, so we went back to back. I think we only went like on 4 or 5 dates. Funny enough, I never even kissed that guy. I think I gave him like a kiss on the cheek. We went on significant 4 or 5 dates. So, yeah, everything's a little different with everybody. Everybody's a little bit different. So, alrighty. Who's ready to become a Blueprint Babe? If you do join us, drop it in the chat. It is a one-time purchase, $127 with this discount code. I'm dropping that in the chat as well right now. Or you can join the community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. 6-month commitment, $57 a month. If you do join, let me know in the chat so I can welcome you. Until then, what other questions do we have? What other questions do we have? I feel like most men like want to kiss first date. Some men I'll do, others no. They gotta the vibe has to be right. Does it fade? Does what fade? Or I'm assuming you said fade, maybe? I don't know. What you mean? 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 Does it fade out or tell them you don't want a second date? Normally it fades out. Yeah, normally it just fades out. So like the guy I went out on a date with a month ago with the flowers I just showed you that's pinned. We went out on one date. It was fine, but I could tell, like, the date that I had tonight, I had a better connection with him than I did with this other guy. And this other guy, like, we were planning on a second date, but it just fizzled out. Nothing came of it. So, and that's just kind of how it goes with a lot of dating. Most women, and a past version of myself included, they just get stuck on it and they get hung up on it. And then you get stuck into limerence and you're obsessed with a man that hasn't been in your life for like ever. Instead of moving on to men who are worth it. Men who are worth it. But you won't know if that man's worth it if you are attached and you're expecting him to be your end-all be-all husband, baby daddy, all the things on date one. Because the chances of that happening, I mean, if you sleep with him unprotected first night, it's a higher possibility that he's going to be your baby daddy. But you don't have to put yourself in that situation. Okay? You don't have to put yourself in that situation. Because most of these men don't even qualify to be fathers. So why are you giving them that blessing? Why are you allowing them to pass on their genes? Their loser-ass genes. We don't need no more loser-ass men in this world. We don't need that. We need less of that, actually. We need less of that. All right. What other questions do we have? So I filmed my TikTok for tomorrow about my date. I got to do some content for tomorrow in the lab. What else do I got to do? Just uploaded my other my live from earlier. That'll be set out tomorrow. I was surprised when I expanded out onto the other platforms this week. I got some loser ass men leaving some comments, so I was able to create some more content and like rag on them a little bit, put them in their place. So that was fun. Because they're not just on TikTok. Loser men are everywhere. And they like to tell on themselves. They like to tell on themselves and say, hey, vet me out. You don't even have to ask me a question. I'm just going to tell on myself, and you're going to know exactly who I am. And that's the beauty of dating online. These men are literally going to tell on themselves. You guys are up late with me. Are you all night owls too? Or is it just can't sleep tonight? What's the deal? I'm a night owl. Does your method work if I'm 40 plus? Babe, I'm 40. Yeah. Yes. How old do you think I am? I'm 40. I turned 40 in January. The blueprint works on all women. We're an international group of women. We're all ages and we're all ethnicities. It works on everybody. So if you're ready for the system, tap the banner below, choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase, $127 with the discount code. Enjoy the discount code while it lasts because it's not going to be here forever. So it'll go back up to the original 157. So enjoy it for 127 solo Or if you want guidance, me helping you apply the system, you can join my community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So about $2 a day. Met somebody that makes, but barely buys me anything. He's not a generous man. Barely buys you anything. At least he buys you something. You probably would benefit from my system. He may need his switch turned on a little bit more. Because if he's already doing something, you can get a little bit more. At least there's something. It's better than nothing. But you can get a lot more. He's got 250K. So you just got to tap into that oil. Okay? Very, very easy to do with my system. You just turn on his masculine switch, say certain things, behave a certain way, and then it just starts pouring. How do I attract women who can invest in me? Okay, so ladies, this is again why I tell you to date on the apps, on social media. These men are going to tell on themselves. So this man flat out says, how do I attract a woman who invests in me? What does this man say? He's looking to be a princess, and he's actually looking to attract a man. He's looking for a boyfriend. This man doesn't realize he's fucking gay. Okay? Gay. Gay. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Nothing wrong with being gay. But did you realize you're fucking gay? Now you do. Okay, now you do, honey. I'm sorry if I outed you. My bad. My bad. I tend to out men here, though. So if you're a closeted gay man who's looking for a woman to invest in you, you're going to be outed. Okay? Cat's out of the bag for you, my friend. And I always see him with other women. How can I win him before losing him? He's going to do what he's going to do. It's not about winning him. It's about being the best option for him. Okay? But men who have a lot of money, and all men cheat. Do they cheat all the way up to the cookie? Some of them, clearly, but all of them cheat in the sense of they're going to siphon another woman's time, attention, validation, physical presence, and then, of course, some men go all the way up to the cookie. I was bamboozled by my husband. We've been married for 2 years. It's been awful. Men will bamboozle you, okay? Men will bamboozle you. That's why I teach you to roster date and to make sure you better know who the fuck you're getting into marriage and business with, because men are men, unfortunately. So women are allowed to get rich men to spend on them. Oh my gosh. You're fucking gay, dude. Are you jealous now that we get rich men to spend on us? Honey, you can go get you a rich man too. Go get you a rich man. Clearly, that's what you want. Go get you one. Rich men like gay little twinks. Are you a gay little twink? That may work in your favor. If you're not a little twink, you can figure something out for you. It's a market. Find you a rich man, honey. Find you a rich man. Okay? Find you a rich man. You live your gay little life as best you want. You want a man investing in you? You can find that. Just go be gay and leave women alone. That's all we ask. Go be gay and leave women alone. But that's okay. You don't qualify for most women anyways. So there's that. Okay? I won't mind being on one of your live. You are here. What are you talking about? You are here. So the thing about men is they're going to want your resources. Time, attention, validation, physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. When they're online, right, out dating apps, social media, these men don't have access to that from other women. That's why they're here. Okay? So when you understand that these are your resources, then you get to set the price. And if a man wants your resources, how is he investing in you? How is he making your life easier? And how is he keeping you stress-free? Because if he's not doing these 3 things, there's no reason for you to be talking to him. There's no reason for you to be giving him your resources. The reason that you have a reason to vet him out of your life. There's no reason for you to be dealing with him. He's robbing you blind. But most women don't realize that men are robbing you blind because you don't see this as resources. You don't realize that these are finite resources on top of it. Your time, your attention, your validation, your physical presence, all the way up to the cookie. Once you give that to a man, you can't get it back. You will never get those resources back. And the thing about time and attention is that's focus. And time and attention and focus makes you money, gets you things done in the world, right? So if you're giving your resources to a man, that means you're not getting anything else done. Why? Because he's taking your resources. Like I was on a date tonight, right? He invested in me. He was a gentleman, bought me flowers, took me out, nice steak dinner, okay? That was worth my resources. And normally, as a reminder, I don't do first dates. I don't go out to dinner for first dates. I just don't do that anymore. Tonight, I made an exception. Why? Because we had originally had a date planned to go to an art museum, an art exhibit, because that's something that I like to do. But because they closed early compared to when we were meeting tonight, I decided, I made the plans and I said, yeah, let's go get dinner. Okay. And this guy even said, he's like, that made me chuckle. Why? Because when he offered, his first offer was dinner. Okay. And I didn't like the offer. I left him on red. He literally double texted me and he goes, crickets. And what was my response? Yeah, sorry, babe. Dinner is just so boring. So when I offered and I said, hey, let's go dinner tonight, because I wanted something low key and to stay close to home, he laughed. I was like, I know, right? Boring. But I guess we both have to eat. You get to pick and choose what you want to do on first dates. You don't have to go out to dinner. Again, I'm not one to do dinner first date. I'm more of like an art gallery, an exhibit, an activity. My date before this one, we went bowling. The date before that one, I actually did a dinner date because he offered to take me to go get Indian food. And I've never been offered Indian food on a first date ever. So that was a fuck yes for me because I love Indian food and most people don't eat it. I tried to take my ex-boyfriend, not take him, like pay for him, but like we were going to go eat at an Indian restaurant. He's a very, very basic person, you know, chain restaurant type man. So he couldn't, like we walked in and he couldn't even tolerate the smell. So we immediately walked back out. So I had said yes to that date because that was very unusual. I'm glad I said yes to that date because not only did I get a really great dinner, that was my Cash App babe. He gave me a total, multiple Cash Apps totaling $500. $500 before our first date. Picks me up, total gentleman, buys me an orchid. We go out to Indian dinner. We garden. It was a good night. Very good night. Okay? Can't complain. Girl, you're going to complain for $500 for one date? Nope. I bet you're not. I bet you're not. In fact, you probably want more of those, don't you? You think I'm not vetting for another Cash App, babe? You'd be wrong, because of course I am. Why wouldn't I want another Cash App, babe? I love a Cash App, babe. But not all men are going to be Cash App babes. Most men, it's going to take them time to grow into investing in you. And growing into investing means like actually giving you money. They should be investing date one, meaning like spending money on you on a nice evening. If they can't even do that, there's no reason for you to go on a date with them. But most men are going to rob you blind and just offer you a drink, a coffee, a walk, a gym date. What's a new one? Ice cream. What else do they offer? Gym, coffee, walk, drink, apps, ice cream. Nothing. They're offering you literally nothing. So why would you ever give them your resources? For nothing. No reason to. Okay, so if you're ready for my system, if you're ready to become a Blueprint Babe, choose your adventure. It's a one-time purchase tonight with the discount code, $127. The discount code is not going to be here forever. It will go back up to $157. Or you can join my community. It's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. So that's like $2 a day. You get my system, but you also get me. You get guidance, help you apply it, any type of questions you have, anything in that aspect, I'm there for you. So if you become a Blueprint Babe, drop it into the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. And what other questions do we have in the meantime? What other questions do we have in the meantime? Thanks for hanging out. If you're new here, please follow. I go live a couple times a day. I put out at least one TikTok a day. Sometimes I skip days because I'm human, you know. I am over on other platforms now. Same handle, Her Quantum Self, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We're expanding quickly over here, very quickly. And it's so fun. It's just so fun. Most importantly, just to see Blueprint Babe's results. I've been talking to you a lot about my own results, but my results are like nothing compared to the Blueprint Babes. To see women get queen treatment that have never gotten queen treatment it's just so astonishing to see. My Blueprint Babes flat out say they're getting immediate, overnight, life-changing results. Those are their words, not mine. Most of these women who have invested in my system, they're making their money back up in days. I have one babe, one of her testimonials, and you can see these reviews. They're on my website. I'll show you in a minute if you really want to. But one of them made her money back up in 4 days. Another babe made up her money in 2 days. Another babe made up her money in 10 days. Okay. Not unusual results. And how are they making up their money? Some men are sending them money to get their beauty, right? Hair done, nails done, wine and dining them, flowers, all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. But if you don't know how to turn on his masculine switch, if you don't know how to attract men, if you don't know how to vet for gems, you're going to continue to get the results that you're currently getting. Which probably is not great because most men out there ain't shit. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? I have. And I've been dating and doing this for quite some time. I love dating. I don't date as often. But I need to just start expanding my horizon, especially where I currently live. I think I just think that there's nothing to do here because it's a small town. I don't know. I've been spoiled by Miami. That's what it is. I've been so spoiled by Miami that I'm just like, meh. But I'm glad this guy offered that date on Saturday. Hopefully that goes through. If not, there's that other museum that we're going to. And I like that. That's definitely up my alley. I haven't done anything like that since moving to this area. So refreshing. Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions? What else do you want to talk about? What do you want to hear me yap about? Okay. Well, friends, since we don't have too many questions, I'm going to pop off for a little bit. I'll probably be back on earlier than I normally am. But it's been fun hanging out. If you're not following yet, please follow. If you do want to become a Blueprint Babe, I'm going to drop this banner one more time. Choose your adventure. You can do the one-time purchase today with the discount code. It is $127. Come on, bro. What is wrong with you? There it is, $127. Or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment for $57 a month. That's $2 a day. You can always find the link at the top of my profile as well. So if I'm not on live, you can always purchase it. Just remember, or at least take a screenshot of that discount code because it's not going to be there forever. The only reason I have a discount code is because I am working on updating the blueprint. We're moving into Blueprint 2.0, but when you invest in the blueprint, regardless of when, you will always get the update for free. So today, when you purchase, you're going to get 1.0, but very soon you will be getting 2.0. 2.0. Alrighty, friends. Not gonna lie, just be more intelligent, well-spoken, and pretty. That's it. Going to uni changed things for me. That's part of it. But that's not necessary for all people. It's a dating market. Did that have it works if you want to elevate your life. I agree with you. That's exactly what I did. You know, I grew up in the GATE program, so that intelligence thing is just natural for me. It's always been there. Well-spoken, pretty, going to uni. Yeah, that all changes. Those are things that elevate your stock in the market. That means you're a high value asset. You are the type of woman that men are going to naturally want to invest in. Hello, why do you think this man bought me flowers, nice steak dinner? Same thing. Nice conversation, pretty, listen, went to college. Okay. But if you're not dating men in that market, is it going to be necessary for you? I mean, it's going to benefit your life for sure. I agree, for sure. It benefited mine. I would not change that. I met a guy 4 weeks ago and we're very intense. He's looking at rings even, but he doesn't trust me. You guys are fucking nuts. You guys are intense because you're enmeshed. You are highly attached and you're not seeing the person for who he is. And if he's already saying he's going to buy you a ring but doesn't trust you, the math ain't mathing. What he's trying to do is trap you, and then he's going to start really controlling you. Okay? He wants my look. Girl, I didn't even read that second part. What did I just say? He's going to start controlling you. And then I see this. He wants my location, and he also just projects. He has past experiences. He thinks there's just no good women. He's a loser. He's an insecure loser, and he's going to try to control you. Drop that motherfucker, become a blueprint babe, and get away from someone who's dangerous. Insecure men that are controlling are going to dysregulate your nervous system and put you in unsafe environments. Get rid of him ASAP. ASAP. Okay? ASAP. But if you're super intense, I don't know if you're going to listen to me. I hope you do, because that is not going to end well for you, my love. And I don't want that for you. I want the best for you. Okay. I needed some water. So you, my friend, would definitely benefit from my system because you're going to vet loser men like that out. You're going to see them. You're going to see their bad behavior. And you're going to be like, yeah, no, this is not right. Well, he's intense. Well, yeah, because he's fucking crazy, clearly. I barely started giving into his affection. He's invested in me money. Yeah, because men like that are going to do whatever they can to trap you and control you. Do you not already see that happening? It's 4 weeks. It's time to leave. Because that's only going to get worse. That's why phase 3 of my system is the most important phase. Staying detached and observing not just investment, but behavior. Because I'm teaching you to vet for men who are going to invest in you, but that's bare bones. Most men know that they need money and to give women money because what? That's a provider. But most men aren't protectors. Your man is not a protector. He's not making your life easier because he's stressing you out, not trusting you, accusing you of shit, wanting your location, X, Y, and Z. Not making life easier and already dysregulating your nervous system. He's stressing you out. And this is just 4 weeks in. That data is not going to change. And in fact, that's the type of red flag shit that people say, hey, you don't want to be dealing with those type of people. At the first sign of dysfunction, walk away. Okay? Because that money is not worth it. That money is not worth life being harder and you being stressed the fuck out. Especially with a man who is clearly already trying to control you, and once there's control issues, abuse is right around the corner. Right around the corner. So you get to pick and choose. And I pray for you that you leave him. Okay? You may not like to hear that, and a lot of people don't like to hear that, but I would rather give you the tough love and be like, listen, you're walking into an abusive situation. You pick. You pick your adventure in this life. Okay, what other questions do we have? You're listening? I'm glad you're listening. I don't want you in a bad situation. That's exactly why I created my system. I've been in not good situations either. My ex-boyfriend, I wouldn't say that he was controlling, and I attracted my ex-boyfriend with phase 1 of my system. Phase 2 and 3 came out of the lessons that I learned with my ex-boyfriend. One of the lessons that I learned was, even though he was investing in me, and that kind of made my life easier, it didn't make my life easier when he was stressing me the fuck out. When he was blowing up my phone constantly, wanting my time, attention, validation, stressing me out, saying, why am I not texting him first? Why am I not doing this? Being accused of being cheating on him, like all this kind of stuff that was like not just bullshit. Why? Because he's a very insecure man. Okay? One night, I think it was the night before Thanksgiving, he was acting crazy here in my place, and I asked him to leave, and he refused to leave. Okay? So much so to the point where I told him, I'm like, I'm going to call the police if you don't leave. Motherfucker didn't want to leave. Okay? Scary. You don't want to be in those situations. It's not worth it. It's not worth the stress. It's not worth the headache. It's not worth putting your safety and sanity just for a man, just for money. Not worth it. Not worth it. Okay? And I was in that relationship even after that. Okay? That happened when I said that happened Thanksgiving. We were together until the end of February. You think I got any better? Well, he didn't act that crazy again. I think he possibly learned a lesson in that. But regardless, it just got to the point where enough is enough. And that's why I teach what I teach. That's why I teach what I teach. So if you're ready to become a blueprint babe, so you can vet losers like that out of your life and you just don't deal with their dysfunction because there's no reason for you to. Become a blueprint babe. It's a one-time purchase of $127 with the discount code. It will not last forever, so enjoy the code while you have it. One-time purchase, $127, or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. The community, you get my system, but you get me. Pretty much get to text anytime, right? We're over on Discord. So you throw your questions in the chat. I'm there to support you. I create extra content and we have weekly group coaching. Again, that's a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. That's like $2 a day. So choose your adventure. If you do become a blueprint babe, drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that I welcome you. But let me know what other questions you have. If you're not following yet, please follow. I'm on live a couple times a day, pretty much later in the night. Normally I'm a night owl. Normally I'm not up this late, but I have a lot of energy, so we're here. But I am going to go out and smoke. So we're going to go do that for a moment. What other questions do we have? What else do I want to yap about? I haven't told that story about my ex-boyfriend. I don't think I've ever told anybody that, to be quite honest. But the thing about men is they're our apex predator. Okay? They're already our predators. So you need to make sure that you are vetting for men that are not just providers, because that's a given. Most men know that. You need to make sure that you're vetting for protectors, because most of these men aren't protectors. Have you noticed? They have the money, but they don't know how to behave. And that's an issue. Some big issues with these fuckers. Try to get into the light so I'm not too shadowed. Whatever, man. Let's see. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, what other questions do we have? Drop it in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I got a garden. Just need to chill for a minute. I would describe my ex-boyfriend as intense as well. Was obsessed right off the bat. Made me his girlfriend on the first date. I was ready for it. I was single for like 7 years. And once I don't want to say necessarily, I vetted him, not in the same way I'm teaching now. So he met the criteria. But as I shared, the lesson that I learned. Now you're vetting for men who make your life easier and they do not dysregulate your nervous system. Because those are men that are protectors.
the providing aspect, that's the easiest thing to find. The easiest thing a man can do is throw money at you. If they can't even do that, they can't even be a real man. Okay. I just dropped the discount code again in the chat. I don't know how long the discount is going to last. Like I said, I created it because I'm updating the blueprint. You're going to get the original, and then you're going to get the updated version. So it's a one-time purchase tonight, $127, or you can join my community. It is a 6-month commitment, $57 a month. Okay, what other questions do we have? If we don't have too many questions, or any more questions, I may pop off. Yes, questions. Sorry. Alright, friends. Well, I'm gonna chill for a minute. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. I'll be back probably shortly. I like this thing for today, okay? Well, come back, follow for more, because this is all I talk about over here. That's all we yap about around here. I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I'm going to finish gardening, probably work on the blueprint a little bit, and then I will be back on live. If you do become a blueprint babe, make sure if you do the one-time purchase that you take a screenshot of the discount code BB30, capital B's, BB30 for $30 off. So instead of it being $157, it's $127. Or you can join my community. You get my system, but you also get me helping you apply the system. Anytime you have questions, we have weekly group coaching as well. And then I create extra content to support your journey. So this week I'm creating a lot of content and just finding different YouTubes, TikToks, Instagrams, supporting, helping you stay in your feminine energy. Because when you stay in your feminine, men stay in their masculine. Okay? All right, friends. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the follow. If you are new here, please follow. I will be back in a bit. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Thanks so much, friends. Ciao.